Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Sentai Sensibility, Affairs of the Arcana. Oh, that's not right. Hold on. Whatever the name of our series is. ZealZaddy Sentai Sensibility game. My name is TR Grimm. I am the Master of Ceremonies here tonight for these wonderful, wonderful people yet again. I am a game reviewer and game designer by trade, and I'm going to pass us off to follow me on all the socials at empathic_Grimm. And I am going to kick it off tonight to Morgan.
What's up, travelers? For all of you guys.
Yeah, better.
My name is Morgan with Mindflayed Mondays. You can find me on the socials at Mindflayed Mondays or at Mindflayed Mon on Twitter. I run a group of professional GMs, so you can find us on our website, mindflayedmondays.com. Tonight I'm playing Cowboy Count. His name is Arthur Percy Blackwood, and he is here to have some fun, shoot some bad guys, and drink some whiskey. Or scotch now. Sorry, we're not in the Americas. So as always, I'm really excited to be here with you guys. Let's get into it, man.
Let's go ahead and go over to Natalie.
Hi everybody, my name is Natalie. Find me most places on the internet with Ghost Candle or Ghostly Candle. I am an artist, actual play performer, and I dabble in things like game design on the side and whatever. But check out what I do. I got a Ko-Fi and an itch page, Ghost Candle. Find my stuff there. But tonight I am playing Beatrice Douglas, our wonderful stoic person during the daytime, but sometimes I guess she will have her fun at night.
Scandalous. Let's go ahead and go over to Blake.
Hello, everybody. I am Blake. You can catch me, a producer for R&Bay at R&Bay on YouTube for any kind of plant-based recipes, ideas, things like that. Check that out. Also, on my own YouTube channel at Blake Chandler Francis for things about reading and books and stuff like that, because books are cool. Otherwise, you can find me here too on most Wednesdays in ZealZaddy. So, I mean, keep stopping by. But tonight I'm playing as Duke Francis Patrick Brown, who is maybe some may say finally, but is courting the wonderful Felicity Fairfax. So that's yeah, so we'll see. He hasn't spoke to their family yet, so we'll see how that goes, but we'll see if he's living at the end of it. Otherwise, I'm excited to play because we always have a fun time. So you guys are in for a treat. And also, Natalie made a really cool game recently, so check that out too.
Go ahead and go over to Michael.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael. I'm an artist, an animator, and you can also catch me on Tiffany's games, or Dungeon Damsels as one of the players. But today, I'm happy to join you guys on ZealZaddy's channel playing Count Cadman Cavendish, the Vermilion Ranger, and out looking for his missing brothers. And man, I'm always happy to play with these guys. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be great. It's gonna be a ball.
And last, but most certainly not least, Tiffany.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I play Felicity Fairfax. She is supposedly engaged to Duke Patrick Brown. She gave him a condition, which was to write a letter about said engagement, asking for her hand, such as was proper in those days. And she also wanted him to talk to basically explain to her father and brothers why exactly he initially turned her down. Because that's the narrative in their mind. Felicity has a big concert coming up. She is the pianist in the Philharmonic Symphony, and they're doing Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 1. So she's very excited about that, and there's a lot more to explore about her. So I'm excited to play with this team. We got a lot of good dynamics between us. I run my own campaign that's a 5e homebrew game. It's been going since 2018, and it's a all female leads. Michael plays a girl, and that was the condition to play. So if you want something nice and cozy, then check it out. It's called Dungeon Damsels. Just look for the butterfly in the bottle on YouTube or on podcast.
In Michael's defense, he plays a very pretty girl who's very, very sweet.
Yes, he does play a convincing girl. He's very good Ellie.
He's a very good Ellie. All right.
Yippee!
So, yippee. All right. So, we're going to go ahead and start with Beatrice.
Okay.
You wake up in your bedroom, the sun breaking through the windows. And as per your est, up until sunrise, you got to be somebody else for a little bit. There is a bouquet as you wake, placed next to your pillow, that is a purple orchid surrounded by two white irises and a bundle of red carnations.
She can't help but like just let out a little giggle gasp. Like,
Uh-huh.
and then
And
she
it
just
is
blank it up.
it is tied with a black ribbon, and the bow is somehow made to look like a cat's head.
Oh, you're really trying now. I like get up, pick up the bouquet. Oh, Isabel's gonna have questions. I try and like put it in an area where I can see it, but she won't
Sister!
see it. Yes.
I had the most fantastic dream, she says as she opens the door and walks
I,
in.
I fling the bouquet under my comforter. Oh, yes. Oh, dream.
I was at your wedding.
Oh, okay. It's an interesting dream to have about your sister.
No, you don't understand. That meant that I get to finally be courting people.
Uh-huh.
No, it was the beautiful ceremony. You know, all of your friends were there. It was just this beautiful, beautiful time.
I see. And who exactly was my groom to be?
I have no idea. I couldn't make out his face. He wasn't important.
All right. And like I'm still like now like Well, I'm glad you had a fun dream. I need to get ready for the day.
I am so sorry. Yes, you do. And she just closes the door, skipping out of the room.
Get out of bed. Find a spot where no one won't see the bouquet immediately so I can just try and explain it later. Throw on my dressing gown. Okay, gotta be Lady Douglas right now. Oh. Better not have given her that dream. I walk out the door.
All right, as you walk out the door and you kind of get ready to make the day, you know that tonight is the Philharmonic performance.
Yes.
So what is on Lady Douglas's books for the day leading up to that?
Yeah, so she's in a mood, so she's going to allow Amelia and Isabel to make some choices on her outfit to provide her some choices. So she'll let them do that.
Isabel is so giddy about that because she never let her make these kinds of decisions for her.
Yes, and she knows Amelia loves to get into dress up and would delight in dressing Beatrice like a doll. So it's like, all right, you two, you decide, you know, a couple different outfits, accessories, whatever, that's up to you. Then her morning is she'll go early to the Coliseum to get in before Mr. Landing because AP told her something she needs to talk to him about. And at some point over the 3 days, she would have asked Felicity if she wanted some tea time before the concert as a little like girl and girl chat.
Yes.
So that'll be
So
our...
we'll say that would have been the afternoon, probably leading up to about, and you would, Felicity, you'd probably be leaving from the Douglas residence to the Philharmonic Hall would be my guess at that point then.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Sure.
we can modify that when we get to
Okay.
your time period as well. Perfect. So yeah, as we kind of get your day figured out, we're going to go ahead and do Brown.
I was like, no, not me, not yet. Damn.
I mean, I can do someone else first if you need time.
No, you know what? No, we're going with it. This is the
Okay.
TTRPG,
We'll do it
baby. We're
live.
going with it. We're gonna
We'll
get
do
it
it live.
Let's go.
All right. So yeah, there is. You come to your senses around the time you usually do in the morning. When does Badrick usually wake up? Is he a very early riser naturally?
Yes, because Nathaniel kind of yes.
Nathaniel
It wasn't on purpose.
Worked that into
but-
him.
and- Yep. So just now I can't sleep like I used to. I just morning early awake. So I get up. He's kind of just dour because of the message that they got the prior night about like something's gonna happen at the tonight. So just like it's kind of taking away like the joy he should be having. But so he gets up, gets ready.
Nathaniel has
And
breakfast. Yeah, Nathaniel has breakfast waiting for you in your usual morning room.
Nathaniel, perfect. Just a person I want to speak with for a moment.
Yes, sir.
So I need to finish writing Felicity, the Fairfax residence, a few letters.
The courting letters.
Yes. And with that, I wonder if we can, I know it'd be sudden, maybe tomorrow or the next day, have like maybe just a smaller recital just for Felicity to play with in front of the family.
Well, I think that would be in part Miss Fairfax's decision to make if she wishes to do such a thing. Might I
True.
make a recommendation as
Yes.
someone who cares for you? Bring it up to her and ask her. Bring it up to her. I'm sure that you will find some way to squirrel a visit with your beloved before it is time for her to perform tonight. Bring it up to her. Let her decide if she wants to do, and might I recommend asking if you can help by setting everything else up for her. You know that she's been doing a lot of work because of leading up to the performance tonight.
True. It is a good point. That'd be good. I'll talk to her about it, and but maybe still, but then if not that, then maybe I'll just do some surprise for her then. Maybe that, I mean, because something I don't have to talk to her about, maybe just
Well,
show
if you
that
want to do a surprise, there is, I hear, a invitation-only expo in the Royal Gardens. Apparently, there's some new species of orchid that was found in the Southern Americas that they are wanting to present. It is a beautiful golden yellow color from what I've been able to get from the palace staff.
Okay. And then we can go there, and then we can end at the willow tree too. It's kind of silly, but it's a little thing. So
no, it makes perfect sense to me. It's also a very short walk from the Royal Gardens.
okay. And I know her family would definitely be down.
Shall
for
I
it
have
too, so.
shall I have a basket waiting for you at the willow tree to then start?
Yes, that'd be. Yes, that'd be good.
Perfect.
Yes, you have
I'll
a
make sure
basket
that's prepared.
prepared. Thank you. And I never asked you though, but when are you going to finally court somebody?
Oh, I have been.
You have. Wow, such a. And he just feels like such a jerk. He's just like, of course you have been. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I should know this.
I've been keeping it from you because I didn't want you to start freaking out about anything. You've been dealing with the loss of many people, and you've been worrying about Miss Fairfax more than you've been letting yourself admit. I wasn't going to add to your stresses with that.
Okay, well, even though you do the same for me, though, let's
Oh,
who does the same for me?
Agreed.
So,
Agreed. I would do the same for you, which is why I didn't worry about which is why I didn't do it. But
Fine.
don't worry. He is a fine gentleman.
oh,
And
I'll
you
be
will-
the judge of that. So we'll see this.
fine. You will meet him at some point. It is. You'll meet him. It's fine.
I'm excited. I'm happy
And
for you, though. I
You
mean,
see,
just-
this is the most like cagey and like you kind of have him like he started off like in control of the situation, but the more you get him talking, the more you realize he's quickly losing control of the situation.
But what are
You've
they
never seen
like?
Nathaniel blush before.
And I'm gonna poke the bear. What are they like, though? Like, tell me, what do they look like?
They are from a similar position. His family has worked for the royal courts for many years. I met him by sheer coincidence, and he's who I'm getting most of my gossip from the palace from.
Okay. Well, I'm truly just, I'm really happy for you, though, because I'm glad you're taking some time for you. Like, the most, whatever I can do to help, like, help you with that, let me know. Whatever you need.
I have scheduled, the doctor should be coming by. He looks at his watch before too much longer to check on your mother. I was able to get someone discreet. He works for the royal family also. He's known for his discretion. I was actually able to find him through Edward. So
hopefully they'll be able to help. I mean, yes. Yep. Hopefully, let me talk to him before just to make sure, just so I can get kind of just to be on the safe side.
So
Right.
I've been thinking, sir, in regards to what we should tell the public about your mother when we get that far. She's only been missing for about 6 years. In the grand scheme of things. If we had it be that she was sent to after the accident, she was having issues and we sent her to better climate, she could have just been in the Jamaicas this entire time. It's been known that good weather and good food, good health, assist with good health, which can make one maintain their looks for a longer period of time. And your mother was of an age where, if we are clever about it, no one should ask any questions. Maybe slightly have her adjust her makeup just a little bit to add wrinkles that would usually be hidden. Or not hide wrinkles that would be there.
I mean, that sounds like a great, fantastic plan, but it's going to be it's going to be up to her, though, at the end of the day. So, I mean, whatever she'd be willing to.
I don't disagree. I don't
say she wouldn't, but
it is something for you to percolate and ruminate on. You are still the Duke, so your voice, even with your own mother, will hold sway.
you're right. I know. Jeez, Nathaniel, what would I do with? Don't answer the question. I was gonna say, what do I do without you? But I don't want to hear your smugness, so I'm gonna say it. But I don't need to hear an answer, though.
You would have been
so.
fine.
Oh no, darn it! See, you're not gonna make me say it. See, you really are a jerk. Because no, I need you. You're the older brother that I could not be here without. So I see. He gets up angrily.
And Nathaniel just readjusts, make sure the teapot's on a warming plate with some fresh coals for when you calm down and come back and actually want to eat your breakfast. And he leaves the room.
I got letters to write anyway, so I'm gonna get
You
started.
do
on
have
that.
you have a lot of letters to write and letters to
I
read.
will say I do want to meet with Cadman during the 3 days. I know we wanted to have our conversation, so like I definitely want to,
Perfect.
especially after last
So
time we got interrupted. So
in that case, why don't we go ahead and real quickly we will turn back time to the second day, to the day after you returned with your mother. Who goes to whom?
Since Cadman came to me, I'm gonna go to Cadman this time. Not gonna come like Cadman did, but I'll go to Cadman. I'll probably go to his office now.
yeah, you know where that is. So yeah, you go, and it is right afternoon. You approach his office.
And I knock.
Yeah.
Yes, come in.
And Cadman, it is.
Mr. Brown. Duke Brown.
Duke Brown.
Sorry.
Duke Brown.
No, it's okay. Hey, between us, you can just. It's okay. You can. We don't hold formalities when it's just us. It's okay. I just wanted to see you because the last time we were talking, it kind of got interrupted by ranger duty. So, and as I say that, I look around like it's scared we're getting called again. Okay, we're good for now. I just want to make sure we were okay because I know we're rightfully maybe a little perturbed with me, just a little bit. So I just want to make sure that.
Yes, I was, but I mean, with you and my sister, it seems you have found your honor.
Yeah, but I think would help to think I'm finding myself too, which I think is helping. But yes, I don't know.
So what's changed? Was it, I guess, the illusions of the Fae, or what made you choose happiness?
Just accepting the unknowns, I guess. I mean, just accepting the unknowns and just being open to what could happen. Because we don't know how it's going to end. We don't know. Yes, I think me and Felicity can have many, many years happy together. But who knows? Maybe we coordinate and it turns out it might not work. But you just have to kind of take the chance and kind of just see what happens, Nothing's written in stone. So.
Yes, I mean, you never know how the journey's going to end, so might as well just enjoy the journey.
Which it seems like you might be as well with a certain somebody too, if you don't mind me saying.
Ah, yes. Lady Devonshire. I will be joining her soon. She invited me to join her at the orphanage that family has been helping out with.
So, well, let me know how that goes, because if you guys later on need like a hand with that, I would love to start doing more things like that. So let me know how that goes. But how have you been? How's that been courting her? How are you?
It is quite unexpected. I thought her brother. I thought they would. I mean, honestly, since we're being truthful, I thought they were deviants. I thought they were devils in disguise, devils in plain sight. But
Well, I'll ask you. So what's changed? I always knew that. I don't know why you guys were, but I want what made you change? Change your mind?
I guess and he has this kind of dumb look on his face as a realization is just I talked to her.
Yeah, that's the best way to get to know someone. So that's awesome though.
Yes, we had so much in common. We exchanged stories and ideas and absolutely wonderful.
Oh man. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Cadman, you've always had such a big heart. And so it's gonna be wonderful seeing you share the big heart with someone else like that. So I'm proud of you, Cadman. Count Cadman, or I should say a little bit too. So yeah, have you spoken to Felicity about that? I mean,
no, I mean, I've been doing my best to, keep up the facade that we're sworn enemies, and soon it'll crack. Soon I'll have to be truthful with her and tell her oh, this betrothed. It's not a facade. I'm not behind enemy lines. Maybe we've been the enemy this entire time.
Are we the baddies?
I'll say this. You've seen how I'm not being truthful the longer it can, you see how it was with me, not being absolutely true with myself, and how that kind of made a mess of things. So I would say sooner rather than later. I mean, you know, Felicity's understanding, like, you know your twin better than I do. So she will, so just, I'd say, just let her know.
That's a great idea. You know what? Maybe I should invite my sister to the orphanage as well. Not that way. We would see the twins doing good and be like, oh, they're not deviant at all. Oh, I get pie on my face. The fool I am. We'll have a good laugh about it.
I think that could, you know what, I think that is a great idea. I mean, the more time you're gonna spend time together anyways, like that, so you might as well give that a try. So I think it's a fantastic idea. So, and then I'll make sure to bring my letter to You're Failing Me Too, which I'm little
Oh,
you
yeah,
have a letter too, but
let me give you
little
some
worried.
pointers on how to deal with
Yes.
Albert. And I
Yes.
go like behind
gonna
my
spar?
desk. Yeah, I throw a sword towards you. A trading sword, of course.
Oh, okay, yes, okay.
Actions
Alright, so
speak
it's a-
louder than words for Albert. So let's see how loud
Okay.
your actions are.
Yes, okay, let's
So, and we're gonna zoom out on the two of you doing.
Patrick gets pummeled.
Yeah. So, Matt, you're still nursing your elbow from where Cadman somehow got underneath the strike and bopped it just right.
Hit me around the funny bone. Still tingly.
But yeah, and you do have. Are you going to hand deliver the letter, or are you going to send the letter?
Hand deliver all of them, because, you know, it's show how serious I am. So, and I don't trust make sure the post office isn't around. I may not trust the post office to, you know, get them there. So,
It makes sense given your past experiences. All right, AP.
Well, I mean, most of my stuff would have been staring at the door, but I do think that Felicity was planning to meet with AP at some point during those 3 days as well. But I didn't know, so I'm not speaking.
Yeah, we can meet up. Yeah, totally. We'll
Perfect.
say we were meeting up.
Perfect. Where would you guys be meeting up? The Rabbit? At one of the
No, I
house
think we were
states?
meeting at the Blackwood Estate within our.
Yeah, we're meeting at the Blackwood
Okay.
Estate.
Within the Blackwood tree? Okay.
Yes. One of the
And I would
Blackwood
have told Jonathan that she was coming, and when she comes, to walk her in and allow her entry.
Perfect. So yeah.
Yeah, so I come into the Blackwood Estate. She has like a cute little, probably like baby blue dress on. Has her
Little
hair,
day dress.
little day dress, has a little matching parasol, and she had brought the stone that told like that Clovis was alive. So she got that stone
Yeah.
and brought it. And the idea was to study this stone collectively and compare it to his library.
Perfect.
And
So, Grimberg answers the door for you. Lady Fairfax.
is it the afternoon? It is now.
It is. Sure.
Good
Afternoon.
afternoon. Good afternoon. I believe that Arthur. No, I mean I should say Blackwood, Count Blackwood. Are you a duke or a count? I'm sorry.
I'm a count.
Count
The
Blackwood
cowboy
is
count.
Cowboy Count. Sorry, the Cowboy Count is. I mean, Count Blackwood is expecting me. I'm a bit
He's actually quite
frazzled.
fond. He's actually quite fond of that name. I don't think he'd be amiss to you using it.
Oh, I noted.
Anyways, I hear you. He leads you and he starts leading you up to the. He's in the private study. Let me take you there. As he starts guiding you, I hear that you have the Philharmonic is doing Beethoven's first.
Yes, I have been practicing very intensely this entire week. And
Of course you have. It's quite the piece.
yes, very excited about it. We have yet to choose the violinist soloist, so I'm a little nervous about that.
I was going to ask because that's such an important exchange.
If you ask me, I think it's between Sarah Pickery and Elizabeth Pensworth, but who knows? It could be one of the other violinists, maybe.
I hope it's the poor Pensworth girl.
Yes, she could certainly use the good light. She gets it too.
It's what happened wasn't her fault on that.
Oh no, it's been terrible for the poor girl.
Did you heard that her father had let all of their servants go?
No, I didn't know it was that. I didn't know it was that bad.
It apparently he's been. The reason why no one's been seeing the Lady Pensworth is that she's absconded.
Nay, absconded. How dreadful.
To the Far East.
The Far East.
Josen, I believe.
Josen. Am I supposed to know what that is?
It's Korean this time period.
Oh, okay. Oh. So exotic.
She apparently took the last of their funds when she left. He says as he knocks on the wood of the tree.
Oh my.
It would just open for Felicity.
Yep. And Grimsworth just nods his head and goes back about his business. You see that he seems to be getting you can smell like juniper on him. Like he's been starting to gather the necessary things that they're going to be needing for the Euro Ball.
Mm-hmm.
As he walks away.
I see how they're gathering supplies.
He'll be the first one in almost 20 years. I'm so excited for it.
Yes, my father spoke very highly of them. He said they were the highlight of his youth.
Your father was a very, very kind boy. He says as he continues back around his business.
So, Arthur, have you found...
You'd be stepping in it, right? I will say this, when you step in,
Okay.
he is wearing, usually he wears like more purple. Today he's just wearing mostly black, but his tie is purple.
Okay.
White shirt, purple, but black vest, black jacket. And he has like some black, because it's cold out. He has some black gloves sitting on the table that he can put on. And he's got his whiskey, or I keep saying whiskey because that's typical, but the scotch. And he's smoking and he's looking right at the door.
Arthur?
Yes. And then I will say this, one other thing you see is as you say his name, he puts something in his jacket and he turns to you.
Felicity.
How?
Yeah.
Roll me an etiquette real quick.
I have... Okay, that's 2.
So, for everyone watching at home, welcome to Polymorph. It's the system that Sentai Sensibility runs off of. Everyone around here has a single dice that they use. It's called their mantle. Felicity is the...
Premier.
She rolls the d4. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see a thing called the tracker. This is what everything works with the polymorph. Everyone rolls their single die that they have, and that goes into whether or not they will do what they're trying to do. If they hit one of those numbers, they do the thing. So, AP.
Yes.
What is a small detail that she barely catches? She doesn't know what it is, but what's a small detail of what she catches as you put it in her wallet?
Something silver with a chain that he shoves inside of his jacket.
Okay.
My dear friend, Lady Felicity, what can I do for you?
Well, and then she puts on the table and unwraps the stone that's been neatly packed away into a little handkerchief. Well, this stone is how we knew that Clovis was alive. And since it's attached to him, I was thinking we might be able to use some sort of tracking magic to find him or narrow down where he is. And we have this great library.
Yes, that's a pretty good idea. Well, I do believe I was looking for some stuff the other day, found some things that might be relevant to this. Because I remember I did find a bunch of tracking stuff.
You did. You found stuff that had to do with locating people and objects.
Yeah. Now, I didn't go through all of it, so we might need to spend a little bit of time doing that, but there is a section up here. So let's go take a look.
So occultism is something that you both have very different connections to. Felicity's studying it a lot on the side for fun. AP, you've had more of like an immersive, intensive 6-month experience with it.
Yeah.
It's boot
Deep
camp.
dive. As you would say, a deep dive boot camp sort of study.
Right. So the two of you have a lot of very different levels of understanding of different aspects of practicing the art of magic. The books you kind of pull out. So I'm going to ask both of you, how does Felicity approach occultism and magic? Is it a study thing? Is it intuitive in nature, emotional in nature? How does Felicity interact with the occult?
It's a bit of both, actually,
Okay.
because she is studious. Like, she did do well in school. She can sit down and learn things from books. But
Okay.
in her experience as a ranger, all her magic has been her music has been the conduit of said magic.
Mhm.
And it's been working based off what her emotion and intent is. So she would use an intuition, but have like a more of a study mindset to try to clear the lens.
Okay, that makes sense. So, and in AP's time of kind of learning magic, how has he been kind of approaching it?
I mean, AP's always been, believe it or not, very good at reading books. I think he likes to focus on not doing it as he's looking at it, like following the instructions step by step, setting it up. But it's more of like he follows what is written, but he does it as he's doing it. So it's not as much of feeling it out. It's more, these are the instructions. Let's do what the instructions exist upon.
Okay, so I'm going to need different roles from both of you. So both of you are going to be rolling me a etiquette roll, because that's kind of what you use for mental stuff in this game. So go ahead and both of you roll me your etiquette real quick.
Just for the record, I'm playing the Dragoon, so I have a D10 to roll, so I got to roll a 2 or 3, but I do have advantage because I have enough Queen's Favor to give me advantage on this roll. For those watching.
Queen's Favor, yeah, for Queen's Favor, for those watching, Queen's Favor is the major currency that the Rangers have at their use during the game. It lets them do a number of things that they can spend it on. What especially for the Dragoon that AP has found is that he can just stockpile them to get flat bonus advantages to his rolls over time.
Yeah. I rolled a 10 and a 3, so the hero probably won't work in this case.
So, but the 3 is an etiquette.
Oh, is it? Oh, I was looking at
Yeah, it
footwork.
is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay, guess I'm good.
Yeah.
I was thinking I
So
failed. I was like, I failed.
So you're good. And Felicity?
Got 2.
Perfect. So you both got etiquette rolls. It does take you time because the level of magic that's going on right now is as much studying as Felicity has done. It's been more generalized theory stuff, or like, okay, this is like the fashionable aspects of the occultism and what works someone does within that. This is old school druidic, back to the source magic. That is, it is old runes that even predate old Farthik. These are ancient pieces that have been. There's some translations which help,
Yeah.
And combined with that and AP's, kind of just throwing himself into this over the past couple of months, it's the two of you are able to put together how you think the spell is supposed to work. Using the inherent connection of magic between the stone and your stepbrother, you are pretty sure you can do a connection to it, but doing that will sever the connection with the stone, because it's basically the spell is taking that connection and consuming it to give you the location. So the cost of you, because everything with magic always comes with a cost. The cost of you knowing where your brother is now is the cost of your lack of knowledge on his well-being once you know that location.
Mhm.
I think as we figure that out, maybe we'll take some time to talk about that.
Yeah. And it's something that the two of you kind of come together as you're talking through how this is going to work and where it's drawing its connection and its power from. As you guys are writing out all of the stuff, kind of at the same time, you both come to the same conclusion.
Okay.
That's quite a sacrifice.
I think it's worth it. It's just doesn't really do much good to us now, knowing that he's alive, but not knowing where.
Fair. Do you want to do it now or closer to when the ship's going to leave? Perhaps then we can, get a more accurate location where he is.
We should probably postpone to closer when the ships are about to leave. I'd also like to have Beatrice's insight into this. She has a little more knowledge on this sort of thing, and I don't want to jump into the... I mean, she sort of gestures at all the books and really advanced magic without second opinion.
Fair point. So, how are things going with you and Duke Brown?
Well, quite well. He managed to sneak some flowers to me, which was very sweet.
Oh, he did now.
Mm-hmm.
AP completely acting like he has no idea about that day. Well, that's
His
quite
AP is a homie.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I told him that he must speak to my father, and he can proceed from there. It's going well.
that's good. Make him work for it. Don't make him work too hard now.
Well,
What I'm saying is, give the man a fighting chance.
of course, I don't plan to hold him to any sort of unreasonable standard.
It's the highest one.
Just the highest one. He's a duke, after all.
I look at you too, and I think you'll be really good for him.
Yes, I think we should be good together.
Look, I agree, but I think you guys complement one another quite well. But you come with a warmth, a sense of joy, a love of life, something that's been hard for him since his loss. So I think it'll be really good for him. I'm not saying it won't be good for you. I'm just pointing out that I think you'll be really good for him.
Yeah, I think so too. Nice to dream again.
I don't generally have too many good dreams. So if you have good ones, I'm happy for you.
Thank you. So you seemed rather... she's like, well, consumed in thought. Is there anything I can help you with?
Yeah, I don't know what's behind that door, but I've just been thinking about the things that have been the hardest for me. The war, my father disappearing, and some other things. And I have a feeling it's going to be one of those things behind that door. He takes a big hit.
She touches, she'll give you a nice pat, touch on the shoulder, Well, I think anything in there is something that you can handle.
And I don't know if it's this, but it might have to do with somebody that meant a lot to me. There's a reason why I don't court over here.
Yeah, you. Just because they're gone doesn't mean you stop loving someone.
Ellie, she was something fierce.
Would you like to tell me about her? Probably don't get to talk about her much.
Well, he looks around. Her name was Eleanor Marston. Met her during the war. She was a nurse. And you see him, he just kind of pauses for a moment. Closes his
Hello.
eyes. She had the most beautiful auburn hair. Just catch the sunlight just right. Warm me right to the core. It's actually cold than the core. She was, despite all the horrors that were going around, the terrible things that were happening to the men on that battlefield, she just radiated this warmth, this thing that made you feel like you could have hope no matter what the situation was. Actually, I met her during a little recovery after I took a shot, and he pulls back collar, actually unbuttons the shirt and shows you. You can see there's like a bullet hole right in, like a wound right here in the shoulder.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad, but if you don't clean those and deal with them quickly, infections can set in and lose an arm, die.
She looks a little pale, but she keeps herself together.
She sustained me a lot. I don't know what she liked about me, but she was strong and compassionate. We decided to exchange letters, and honestly, if it wasn't for her, I don't think I would have made it through the war.
God, she sounds.
Especially when. Go ahead.
She sounds absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. We actually planned to get married, believe it or not, right after the war.
I don't think it's such a strange idea to want to marry you, Arthur.
I mean, I don't know. But, she helped me through all my troubles. Every time I woke up in the night terror, she was there, comforting me. And I never saw it. She was exposed. Have you heard of the thing called tuberculosis?
Yes, I have.
A nasty, nasty illness. She was so busy trying to take care of me and everyone else that she hid it. We were going to move out west. Then I didn't understand it. She kept postponing. And when I caught her coughing, blood all came out. Worst part is she wanted me to still go out without her. She wanted me to head out west and just leave her behind, but I couldn't. I stayed by her side until dying days. It was in November, around this time. Actually, I want to say it was about a week ago. November 23rd was the day she passed.
Felicity, that was the day of the promenade.
Oh. She realizes that, and her face goes. You can see like a tear going down her face. She's like, "Oh, Arthur, you suffer so, and you don't tell any of us."
It's my wounds, my old wounds, not yours. You guys, your brother's going out on this promenade. It's not my place to Sully that day. I still kind of did, not intentionally. Thought I actually could hold my liquor better than that. Wasn't used to our good friend Beatrice's scotch yet, but now I am. I'll tell you, there was 2 things she made me promise her before she passed away. To not harden myself, close myself off from others. And she made me promise to find a way to use my talents to help make a difference. And it was hard. I went out west, gambled, didn't really hold up to it. I felt like I was failing her until I got the letter from my family to come here. And honestly, it was the best choice I made. I finally feel like I'm doing something to make her proud.
I think you give yourself too little credit. People do strange and, well, when you lose someone so close to you, you turn into a shell. I used to love the Isle of Man, and my mother dying made that place difficult to go to. And for the first time in a long time, I feel as though I could go there and like being there.
Good.
Yes.
I'm sorry for burdening you with all that, but
It's not a burden,
I don't know.
Arthur. It's called friendship.
yeah, I haven't had too many over the years, not since the war. But you know, I guess I feel obligated to share this with you because I look back on my time with her, and my mind rarely focuses on the hard times or even the silly fights. Focuses on those sweet moments that you wish you could just freeze and bottle up.
Stay there forever.
And unlike our Fae friends, who I've grown to appreciate very dearly, you know, the ones who live, well, pretty much forever, we have much shorter lives, more like candles, you know? When the wax burns out, it's done. So I know our lovable Duke can be a pain, but I believe if you two really work at it, you will have so many beautiful memories to bottle up and cherish, no matter what lies ahead of you.
Well, the interesting thing about Fae is that they live very long lives. But it's a life without love.
Yeah, it is.
In fact,
Sounds like it.
it's what makes them mortal. And I should think that a very long life without love is not so much of a life I should like to have.
I agree. Even with the pain of losing her, I wouldn't sacrifice that to live forever. Definitely not.
Certainly not.
I will tell you one last thing. This is important. There's 3 very important things to have to make a relationship work.
Okay.
I think you know them, but I'm just going to say them anyways. Honesty, communication, and most of all, especially with our dear Badrick, patience.
Yes, patience. Give him. Well, there has yet to be a letter, but
If I know Badrick, he's working on it.
yes, he does work hard, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'll tell you what, if you build those things, there ain't no romance novel you've ever read or will read that will compare to the love story you two will build. So, anyways, I think before you go to your thing, your music, Philharmonic
Rehearsal.
Yeah, I think before your big night, I'm going to try to walk through that door. I don't know if anybody's told you yet, but there is a chance that somebody might try to ruin it.
The Philharmonic.
We got word of it, but I'd rather you know, so
Days
that
ago.
way when you're playing,
Well, to
Keep
be
an
honest,
eye out.
I'm not that surprised. We tend to have unwanted guests at every large social gathering we've gone to lately. I'm not too surprised.
No, but I just figure we should all be aware and ready for anything to pop off. You know, you never know what's going to happen. And I'd hate for you to be in the middle of a performance and unaware of an attack.
I
And
appreciate it.
It may be nothing.
True.
I know the rest of us will be there watching to try to make sure that doesn't happen, because we don't want that to ruin your night. But you should be aware.
Thank you. I will see I will see myself to the door. And
By the way, what's up with that necklace?
she just smiles. A little secret for me. That's all.
All right. Well, who am I to stand between a lady and her secrets?
Just remember, when you go through that door, there are people waiting for you here.
I know.
Take
I
courage.
appreciate it. It's the first time I had a family in a long time, so I appreciate you, all of you.
We appreciate you as well.
Even when I'm drunk on a promenade.
But you always make things very interesting. I'll give you that.
That I do. Well, I'll put everything together for this spell. So once we get to the others and talk to Beatrice, we can find out what we should do. And when we're ready to move forward, it'll be here ready. Waiting and ready for you.
That sounds good. Well, I should be off. Farewell.
Now go break a leg tomorrow night. Not really. Please don't actually break a leg.
She smiles and leaves. And then goes to rehearsal for the Philharmonic.
On your way out the door,
Okay.
you hear mumbling coming from one of the side offices.
She will just discreetly, kind of, you know how you can walk down.
Roll me an etiquette roll to see if you can walk down without drawing attention while still listening for
Okay.
whatever is going to pass it.
The 3.
It's Cedric.
Oh, okay. Well, he does live here.
No, you don't understand. I'm almost had it. Once I break into the tree, I'll burn the library and break the doors.
Okay, can I,
And you hear
Okay.
Celestor's voice. So long as you can give me what you've promised, you get what you've bargained for in return. Don't forget. Get him into the ring, and I will make sure you can win.
Okay. She is. Is that the end of the conversation?
From what you can tell, you can hear the steps are now coming towards the door you were listening from.
Okay. She's just going to hang on, I'm gonna roll to see how cocky she feels. She does not feel cocky, so she's going to just backtrack. Take up her skirts and literally just backtrack and speed walk back over to Arthur. Arthur, where are you? Are you in the door? That's the question.
That was going to be my question, anyways. So, AP, would you have cowboyed up after she left and gone into the door?
No, not yet. I would have still been in there. I would have still been, because he's not ready to go in yet. He's just saying he's working up the courage.
Yeah. So he's working up the courage to go in there.
Pretty much. But he hasn't drank that much. I would say this is probably, no, you said afternoon. He's probably had a couple drinks, but
early afternoon.
But he hasn't been drinking that much. He knows he's got to keep his head on straight or on the swivel.
So you hear this frantic door open, and then frantic scream whisper.
Whoa, yeah.
I have just heard Cedric speaking to Thalestor. They're in league together. He's planning to burn the library. This one that's in, and he wants to use. I don't know. I didn't catch everything, but he's going to be in the ring. And she just spouts off what she said. Anyway, I think that I came to you to see how you wanted to deal with your family member, because yes.
As you're trying to calm down and say that, he's already grabbing his gloves, and he grabs his pistol, and he walks right out the door.
There's this frantic because she saw him grab the pistol.
So while you guys do this, the Blackwood estate is actually built in a square with an open courtyard in the middle. And you can see Grimbrook on the other side just singing to himself his operatic songs as he's getting decorations set up. As across from it, AP, what are you doing?
You hear me yelling, Cedric! Get out of here!
There's no response.
I'm planning on turning over this house to you. I have to go back to the Americas to find my father. Turn to Grimbrook.
I think he's going to the ring.
At your bellowing, he's actually making his way over to you as quickly as his old body can make it.
And it's clear I'm lying because I have the revolver. It's not even in my holster. It's in my hand.
He turns the corner and sees the revolver out, and you see him just slide into a hop. Stop.
You're fine, Grimbrook. This isn't for you.
I can understand that, sir. If you're going to kill him, there are ways we have to do it legally. You can't just shoot him.
Yes, there must be a duel.
Felicity, I saw him come in here and try to attack you. I told him to stop, and he would not. There
Yes.
you go, Grimbrook. You saw that, correct?
Yes, of course. He frightened me so dearly.
Okay. So I let me roll for Grimbrook on this, because Grimbrook is an inherently honorable man. And actually, Felicity, do me a favor, roll me an etiquette. You go for it, baby girl. You got it.
Frightened me out of my skin. I was like, should we tear my dress to make it to look more, believable? It's really.
You see Grimbrook kind of make his way over, and you see that he has a pair of small scissors with him. And he goes, I apologize for the dress. Don't worry, the Blackwood will pay you in return for it. As he does a couple of almost scandalous cuts on the dress.
Okay.
As if someone was going to try to cut it, but through your moving around and trying to fight it off,
Okay.
they missed.
Okay.
As he puts them away, he looks to you, AP, and says, I was not here. I am leaving now. I was at the market getting things for you, ball.
I grab him and I pull him close, and I tell him, to his ear, the plans to burn down the library.
You see him get a little bit louder. I will be at the market if you need me. As he walks into the library. As he does, you see that some of the rooms that didn't light up for you are lighting up for him.
That's fine. Grimbrook's been here longer than me,
So, yeah. So, actually, an interesting fact that you've... Roll me a die real quick. Just roll me a straight D10 real quick. I want to see if this is something you've come across in your research.
5.
You haven't come across all of it, but there has always been a Grimbrook serving the Count Blackwood.
Mm-hmm. And I look at Felicity's dress and I go, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect it to actually tear up your dress.
It sells it.
It's quite all right. It sells it. And to be honest, I don't think anything we do is going to... I mean, Cedric is willing to be in league with with Celestor, so
Well, you said something about a circle.
yes, he said
Do I know-
get him into the ring.
The ring. Do I know anything about a ring here anywhere in this house?
Not that you know
I think he might.
think
I
we
know about the ring. I know about the fighting ring now, right? Or do I? I don't
of. You know that boxing is done in a ring.
I mean, perhaps there's a boxing ring.
Cracks his neck. Well, I can finish him there too. Might be better to beat him to death with my fist, but now that your dress has been cut up, I feel like we need to make sure it ends sooner. Otherwise, it's just a wasted, beautiful dress. And I will. Perhaps we have a friend with purple eyes that might be able to help us find or locate our missing Cedric.
Yes, perhaps we can. Well, we should at least give him snacks. I mean, didn't want.
I got some snacks for Goodfellow Rowdy.
Yeah, you do.
Goodfellow, my dear.
Yes.
Goodfellow.
What happened to you?
I was.
He comes out of AP's shadow, and you see him just stop mid-stride, looking at your dress.
If
Well.
you, go ahead, tell him.
Well, I overheard Cedric, or Arthur's cousin, speaking to Celestor and colluding together to burn the library down and get. They have some sort of deal.
You see him stop for a moment. Celestor can't access the library.
Well, he was
Well,
speaking
Cedric.
to him in his room.
Oh.
I need to know what Cedric is.
I can find him, but it'll take time. There are things going on right now that have my magics hampered to a degree.
So just what?
Matters personal in nature.
Oh, all right. Say no
Is
more.
there any spells you could put on this house temporarily to force Cedric out, where he cannot just enter this home?
You can.
Ooh,
You're the
more
count.
things.
You're the count. You're the Count Blackwood.
I understand that, but I'm saying, is there any magic that can forcibly keep him out for at least for a short time until I?
Yes, within your. You are the Count Blackwood. In the Blackwood tree, you have magic supreme in London.
So I'm a supreme sorcerer of London.
Something like that.
And the term would have originally been Archdruid.
Yeah, but I like supreme sorcerer. Cowboy Count, supreme sorcerer.
You are fond of alliterations.
You are all Americans so fond of alliteration.
No, I'm trying to make myself happy for a moment because I'm ready to put a bullet through my cousin's head.
You're humans. You do that all the time.
I don't generally kill my own cousin all the time. Maybe
Well,
others
that's
do,
fair.
but not me.
You don't, but you see him just wave a paw. Human.
Suppose humans are all alike.
No, but humans follow certain patterns over time. Humans are not all alike, and I misspoke on that. Thank you for correcting me, Miss Fairfax.
No, I understand what you mean, though. I've been in war. There's a certain appetite for blood many humans do seem to have, especially when they've been covered in it long enough.
They are much the same, only we turn into something much darker when such things happen. Takes a lot to get us out of that if we become it.
Well, then let's
Some
go
would
back
say
to the
too much.
library and make sure this
And-
place is locked down.
So you see that as Goodfellow tries to walk in with you, it's like he's hitting some resistance in the library. And you see some of the rooms that lit up after Grimbrook walked in are flaring a little bit brighter.
Do I need to let you in? Or are you even supposed to come in? Are you even my good fellow?
I am the only good fellow among these people.
Insight check. No.
Etiquette roll. Go. No, it's good, fellow. This is good.
Okay. Well, then
he came out.
Yeah. Do I have to get Grimbrook to let him in, or can I let him in?
So I mean, you again. He did say that in the Blackwood Tree you are.
I give you permission to step in here, good fellow.
You see that some of the. You specifically say good fellow. Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Wording is important on this. So yeah, you say that, and you see the runes that were glowing. None of those change, but an additional couple of runes glow. Felicity, from what you can kind of tell from because you've had a longer time to kind of understand how runes work. It's almost like an exception has been added to a legal clause.
He's been added to the acceptance list.
Yep, and Goodfellow comes in with you. And you do see that he's kind of puffed up, almost like a cat in a bad situation is. This is quite dire if the Grimm is active again.
I have to put a pin in that because I'm going to come back to you on this. But that's definitely very interesting.
So as you make your way into the heart of the Blackwood Tree, you see that Grimbrook is there. You don't remember Grimbrook having black dog ears or a black tail or fiery red eyes.
Well now, Grimm. Oh, Jonathan. I know him as Jonathan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is.
He sounds younger. I apologize, sir. I didn't realize you'd be returning so quickly.
Well, I decided to put a spell on you to forcibly keep Cedric out of this house for the time being.
Quite a good decision, sir. I wish I would have thought of it myself.
Well, maybe you can help me and Felicity make this happen.
Of course. You see him kind of. There's going to be some complications. He is a member of Blackwood Magic from direct descendants, same as you are. You see him kind of going through and with a very practiced hand grabbing books out. For both of you, the longer you see him kind of being in here, the years are almost minute by minute turning back on him.
But he's getting older or getting younger? Like going back younger?
Going backwards, younger.
Felicity is deeply fascinated. She's like, the book is just handed to her, and she's just like, huh.
And yeah, he's handing books, and you see him kind of putting things down on the table. Being a Blackwood by blood, we have to be very careful that we don't exclude all Blackwoods by blood, which would include you yourself, which defeats the purpose. You need to be able to access the Blackwood tree.
That is correct.
I would recommend, and you kind of see him take and kind of point out different things on how to combine certain aspects of different magic that Felicity, you had no idea that some of this stuff could even go together.
While he's doing that, can I also turn to Goodfellow again? Goodfellow, could you perhaps inform the other rangers and bring them here as well? I think this is a team thing that needs to be known and handled as a group.
Yes. So, 2 days before the recital, where does Goodfellow find you, Patrick?
Oh, on the way to because I think this was after me and Cam.
This would have been after your conversation. Oh no, you were on your way to weren't you?
Uh-huh.
No.
Yeah, that's where I'd be like, I'm gonna do it. I'm ready. I'm psyched myself
Doing it
up.
now. Oh no. So yeah, Goodfellow kind of pops out of your shadow. Duke Brown.
Yes.
You were
And I'm near her.
Yeah.
Their residence. You're
Yeah,
I'm
like
near,
they're
you can
it's
see
like
it.
just down the street. You can
right,
see
yeah,
it.
you can see it from here. You're near the Blackwood residence.
Oh, okay, get it like right. Just I see like I'm looking at his face. I
There are
kind of see.
matters
Do I see the
of-
seriousness?
There are matters of grave danger at stake.
Okay, okay. I take
And-
the envelope in my hand and kind of just tuck it away into a coat pocket.
Do you follow him into the shadow in the alley in one of the side walls, down one of the side walls?
Yes, I take one look back at the household, just with a seriousness about what he said. Yeah, I'll follow him because he said.
Okay.
I assume he sounds pretty serious. I assume he looks.
He sounds
seem
very
pretty
serious. Yeah.
And that kind of scares me too. Because like, oh, he's usually not this serious. So, yeah, I follow.
So you come into the Blackwood tree. Where does he find Catman?
I think he's still at the well, actually, he would be about to like hand off the letters for the to charter the ships, I believe, because this was
Okay, so he's at the guild. Kind of like, so he's over by the Mariners Guild.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you are making your way with your letters of expectation as well as the initial payments. And you see the Farrers Guild up ahead, and you've been here because Cecil helps fund part of it as part of the Cavendishes are part of what they do is shipping, and protection for shipping is usually done through either the military or the Farrers Guild, depending upon if it's a private or government. There's stuff involved with that.
Right.
So you've been here enough times with Cecil because even as the third brother, there are certain things you were expected to be a part of to a degree. So you are a known entity to them. And you walk in and you see a gentleman as you are walking in, you actually open the door, and as the door opens, you see Goodfellow out of the corner of your eye walking into a side room.
Oh, good fellow. Man of or friend of multiple occupations. Aha.
Minnie, may I have a word?
Yes.
As you kind of walk into the room, he does the door trick, and you walk into what you are assuming is going to be an office, and you're walking into the Blackwood tree.
You know, me and Patrick were just talking about this.
Where does Goodfellow find the Lady Douglas?
So trying to track timeline wise, is this before or after our night?
This is after your night, because
After night.
this would have been 2 days. This would have been a day after your night.
Well, she was preparing to have tea with Felicity.
Correct.
And this would have been after talking to Mr. Landing. So I think while she's waiting for things to prepare, she's out in the kind of courtyard of the townhouse, kind of looking like she's searching for something amongst the patches of clover.
For sure. You see that standing out from behind one of the Blackwood trees is Goodfellow in humanoid form. And you see there's worry and concern on his face.
I immediately dart over. What's wrong?
We need to go to the Blackwood tree.
Of course.
He extends out his hand to you,
I take it.
and he pulls you into an embrace into the tree. And you pop out, he's the cat, and you're next to him. And so all of that took, like, the reality took about 3 seconds real time. So AP said, go get everybody, and the second he disappeared, so there wasn't even enough time to register Duke Brown showing up before everyone else is here also.
Everyone's here.
What happened to your dress? I'm like
Sister!
immediately rushing over. I'm dipping a
And
hand
I-
into a hidden pocket and pulling
I
a
look
thread and
towards
needle.
AP.
Well, it certainly wasn't AP.
Oh,
But
good.
we have a bit of a predicament on our hands, as I did overhear Cedric conspiring with Celestor. He wants the library to be burnt down. And so she explains, like, I heard Celestor saying, I heard Cedric saying, I will get through the door and burn down the building, and then Celestor was saying, get him into the ring and you'll have what you desire. So they have a sort of arrangement. And I wasn't really sure how I'd fare against Celestor himself and whatever capabilities he has bestowed upon Cedric, so I went to AP. Also, Cedric's not my family, so that's, not really my decision to make.
You're muted. You're muted.
I may have gotten a little overzealous when she told me the information, and I grabbed my pistol and I went out to end my cousin, Grimbrook here. And I point to Grimbrook, which, by the way, you guys are seeing like a dog person.
So what you guys are seeing is, you guys remember Grimbrook being like 65, 70 years old, gray-haired. This is a man in his 40s, no gray hair, black coarse hair. The ears, which had been gray and drooping, have gone black and have become more pointed, almost like a guardhound's.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that he is quite a built man.
Oh, I didn't know Grimbrook had a son.
There's only ever been one Grimbrook.
Grimbrook pointed out to me that I can't just kill my cousin for no reason, so I said I didn't expect her dress to be cut up in the process, that perhaps Cedric might have tried to do something to Felicity which would give me the right to end him, so to speak. But
I agreed, because I don't think we can reason with Cedric at this point. It's shown otherwise.
He's obsessed with this house and this titles. He's not really thinking the way he should be thinking. And I've done giving him multiple chances.
I mean, it is no issue to act dishonorably to a scoundrel who does not hold up the same honor. But I'm assuming he is not at the estate, so it would be hard to find where your brother is at. Cousin, sorry. Thank you.
We are to employ Goodfellow's aid in that, along with...
I'm about to head out to do that forthwith. I will let you know when I find him.
But I plan on locking this house down to prevent him from coming in, but I figured you should all be aware of what he is trying to plan. Because if he destroys this place, he destroys our access to our abilities. The doors, everything.
Alright. I think that's smart to lock down your estate, but would you be needing a place to stay if you're locking down, or if you're just locking down this library? Or
I'm locking the whole house down from him, not for myself. I mean, that's
what is a spell, Captain?
Oh, yes. Jolly good. Sorry, all this fey and magic is still... It's not second nature to me.
But with everything happening, I might have to go through that door now. And I didn't want to leave this place unprotected. And I figured making sure you all were here in case Cedric tries to do something while I'm in there keeps this place as protected as it can be. I trust each and every one of you, so...
We are Rangers.
Definitely keep a lookout. I mean, Rangers or not, I think we would all try our best either way.
Yes, at this point we are brothers and sisters at arms.
He takes a big deep breath.
Can I talk to you for a second before you go through AP?
Yes.
I just kind of pull onto the side and just as a Duke, I should be able to say something that's going to get you prepared for something that's hard that you're about to do, because I know it's weighing on your mind. But I don't know what to say, so I'm just gonna say that I believe in you, and I know that you, whenever it is behind the door, that you can do it. And let's give you a quick hug. It's like a quick hug, but like a strong hug though.
And I will say this: AP's not one to usually hug back, but after a second, you kind of feel him like actually put his arm on you and like kind of like pat you. The closest thing to a hug he'll do to anybody.
The honor. He's just like shaking over his head, like, well, the pain on the shoulder is like, you got this.
Put that one on the calendar.
Well, bam.
And he puts his hat on, and he goes, well. And actually, Felicity, you'll see him pull out that silver thing that he put in there, and it's a locket.
Mm-hmm.
He opens it up, takes a look, and then he will just say, I gotta trust you people here. And he just sets the locket down with it open so you can see what Ellie looked like. And then he just turns and walks through the door.
You approach the door, you turn the handle to the left, you hear the same sound of a lock breaking. You walk in. You're in a saloon.
You'll recognize the saloon.
You do. This is where you worked out of in the Montanas. When you made it this far west.
And I walk in, look around, walk over to the bar, do what I would have done, grabbed a drink.
You stay at the bar? Or do you find a spot at a table?
I'm looking around for now. Actually, I might find a table, but in the back, looking out at everything, because that's what he would do after what he went through.
Yeah. And you sit down. In the process of arranging yourself, you do have to look away from the door for a moment. You look back, and there's you looking at you. Same drink in hand, same lack of expression on his face.
Yeah. Is he staring at me? What's he doing?
He's staring at he's just looking at you.
You gonna stand there all day? I look at him. You go stand there all day. You gonna sit down?
No, he is sitting across from you already. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
You as you look up, he is sitting across from you already.
All right. So what's the deal?
Well, the reality of the situation is, we know we're not worth it.
Worth what? Trying to play
Having a
dumb.
family again. Having a family again. We're not going to be able to protect it. We know we can't protect it.
Well, it's not my job to protect it. It's my job to be a part of it.
It's important. I'm not here. I am not my own enemy.
I think we might be. At least a few times in our life, you and I have been enemies.
Oh, that's true for everybody. But unlike everyone else, we've had enemies. We've had people who actually want us hurt and dead.
Yeah, that's fair. More than I care to count, but yeah. Well, I mean,
But
that
your
is the
score.
life. That is the life.
That's why we got out of it, right?
Well, you're part of it. I mean, mainly I'm trying to do better.
For her.
Uh,
What if I told you that if you walked out that door right now, you could be in a world where she never had tuberculosis?
I told my friend earlier, I wouldn't trade anything to live forever for the memories that I had with her. And while I miss her every day, and I wish she was here by my side, I know that would go against nature. And as much as it hurts to say it, I cannot choose that action. Because if I did that, it would change everything. I wouldn't have come here. I wouldn't have been a part of this. I wouldn't be able to help them stop what's coming. It would have been Cedric. So as much as I want to put my own feelings first, she would want me to put them first. And you know that as much as I do.
You always want to go with best friends, even if we didn't know what that was.
I'm not quite sure if I'm making the right choice, but it seems like the choice she'd want to make.
Am I ever sure if I'm making the right choice?
No, that's why we usually
He says as he takes
fly by the seat of our pants.
That's what we do best.
Isn't there a way you can
that's
let me see it one more time? I mean, this is based on my memories, right? And at least see her. I don't have to talk to her. Just have a walk through.
You see the light reflecting off of auburn hair just passing by the top of the doors.
You
As
just
the
stare
sound
at
of the
her.
town outside. Yep.
Every bit of him wants to run out that door, but he knows that he knows he's not going to find her if he does.
And the cabin fades away. You're in the Badlands of Colorado. As you look around, you realize you weren't even in the Montana. You're in the Badlands of Colorado.
Yeah.
And there is a purple and crimson rock that you know doesn't belong in the Badlands until it starts to move. And you realize that coiled throughout the tracks and hollows is the serpent machina. And as it rears up and looks down at you, being able to put those around you before you is the mark of a real leader.
Or a fool.
Nah, you have a fool already.
There could be more than one.
Oh,
But
that's the trick of it. Everyone starts as a fool. It takes a lot to become more than that.
I don't know. I'm still a follower. I'm following my heart. My heart says Ellie would want this.
You know what they say? There's a saying that behind every great man, greater woman.
No, I'm behind her. She's out front. She always was.
You gotta do is follow the lead.
Let's work together and prevent bad things from happening, eh? And I reach up to touch the machina.
And his head comes down, and as he does, you see the hood expanding, shading you from the burning sun. As you realize that this serpent isn't a rattler like it was for the Dark Arcana years as a king cobra, a snake eater.
That's lovely. I think we got a snake to go eat.
I think we got a
Cedric.
couple. And he touches he is sun warm as you feel the bottom of his chin touch against your hand. And he slides away, and where he was is the door leading back out to everybody.
And I don't know, I think when I feel that warmth, I don't know why, but I feel like it's the same warmth from Ellie, like that she had in life, that she made me feel. And then I'll step out the door.
Yeah. It's been about an hour. You guys don't remember time passing before when anyone else went in through the door. Even though for some of you it felt like it's been excruciating long, it took excruciating long amounts of time. For some reason, APs took a while. Does anyone say or do anything over that time? Making
Well, I
goo-goo
think-
eyes at Felicity does not count.
Hey,
I guess
no.
did
She's been-
Badrick show up with his letters in his hand?
They're in his coat
No,
pocket
put him
currently.
I put him in pocket. You probably
They're in his
see
coat
them on
pocket
somebody. You
currently.
probably like see it like a stack, but no. And she's making googly eyes at me. Okay, this is dreaminess. But no, for real. I think the first thing is probably like because AP just left the lockup, so he's just like, well, who is this? Like, because he would. I don't think anyone except Felicity would know, so he would definitely would look at the lock and kind of like who.
Yeah.
It's Eleanor. His lost love.
I remember he said the name a few times on the ship.
He calls her Ellie. Which sounds wonderful, to be honest.
Say that again when my kid. I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
Oh, she.
Nellie.
He calls
Nellie.
Nellie. He calls
Ellie.
Ellie.
Ellie. I misheard it. I misheard
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
My bad.
He refers to her as Ellie, short for Eleanor, and she's quite a splendid woman. I wish I knew her.
See.
She's
lovely.
the type of person that could move mountains, give hope when there was none. The rest, I think, is to say.
Pass the locket to who's over next to Beatrice, in case he wants to look at it too.
And what I will tell you about the picture is it's a picture of me and her, like it's a double-sided locket with me and her.
Yeah.
It's a
Oh.
much
Yeah.
younger, the much younger him,
Happier.
a much happier, and
Do you see
she's
those
got-
dimples on his face?
I can smile.
And she has long hair. Like they wouldn't have color, but it has long hair. The only person who knows the color of the hair would be Felicity, but beautiful hair, and she's just gorgeous. Whatever you picture as gorgeous, that's what Ellie is. I'll leave it to your own imaginations of what you interpreted.
She had auburn hair. Get to know. She passed because of tuberculosis.
Oh,
Terrible, really.
Even in this
Imagine.
picture, you can see her spirit shining.
Yes, I think so too.
She would have been a fine Lady Blackwood. You see that Grimberg says as he kind of adjusts, and you see him kind of just moving his hands, pulling different runes forward and shifting other runes back. He's kind of following things that were set on the table, creating this spell to keep just Cedric Blackwood out.
Oh, Beatrice, why don't we have you here? And then she pulls out the tracking spell that AP and her. So I was thinking that I have this stone that what told us that Cecil and Clovis were alive. So I was thinking that we could use these stones to track down where they are, and through a lot of research, we found out that we could do this, but it would sacrifice the usage of a stone. So we would know where they are, but
Mhm.
not if they're. But we couldn't use the stone to know if they're alive anymore. And I just wanted a second opinion on this. Didn't want to go about doing magics.
I mean, it's
Cadman,
good.
you had no idea this was going on.
When did you get Clovis' stuff? Oh, no
You've
matter.
been spending quite a lot of time in that office of yours.
Well, you certainly have good instinct, Felicity. I think it's a brilliant idea to utilize the bloodstone, and you are right. Sacrifices must be made to do powerful magics. And you laid out like your notes or like the books that you?
Yeah, she brought it over and started laying them out. Yeah.
So Beatrice will pop over and start like looking over all of it, the things that make sense to her. She just is mumbling in almost like a sing-song voice under her breath.
Roll me an etiquette roll real quick to see if you're putting together. Actually, just roll me a straight d6. Just roll me a straight d6.
What are you rolling as? I literally Cadman. It's like another
It's a
language.
5.
So yeah, you grasp most of what they're looking at doing. Some of it is old.
Oh, this is touching on some druidic stuff I'm not too familiar with.
Well, we were lucky to have some translations to work through. Still quite a headache to puzzle out, though.
I mean, if they're in Scots Gaelic, I could probably figure it out for you.
We were lucky. We were lucky. It's quite close to Manx, actually,
Oh.
in some places at least. So I was able to utilize that. But there were some markings here. She points out, perhaps they're closer to Gaelic, as you know.
It's not Scots Gaelic, it's Germanic Gaelic.
Well, wrong Gaelic. I at least understand that part.
Do we know anyone that knows Germanic Gaelic?
I point at
You
Goodfellow.
know. Yeah, you know Goodfellow, and you know one person, and you're not going to him for anything.
I think the second that pops up is like, Goodfellow.
Okay, well, he's quite.
Who's still not back? Goodfellow went to try to find Cedric.
Do you know what good? Are you quite alright?
I do know of one other person, but I don't wish to call on him at all.
Well, it's not incredibly pressing. We could possibly wait on Goodfellow.
Yes, we'll wait on Goodfellow.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like my brothers can get more lost.
No.
Though I do think we should. Do you know what
Yeah,
Goodfellow's snacks are? What he has a preference for?
Oh,
He's doing all this work for us. We should at least give him something. I wonder how you did like that.
Ooh.
I would
AP's
assume.
bottle, AP's whiskey is on the table as well.
I would assume milk, right? I mean, I know it's a bit on the nose, but
Don't
this
treat
is
him like a cat. No, he enjoys, typical libations as, an ancient fae.
Isn't it his preferred form?
Oh, so
though?
he prefers booze. Right.
I mean, he takes his sweets as well, but
He didn't mind the tea I made him one time, so I mean.
I think he's just happy to have treats and be given things. Makes up the tally.
Yes. Do you want to make sure the tally is equal?
Guess we can all work together to make him something that he would like. So
Maybe we should have a ball in his name. I mean, it would be confusing for the guests. They'll be like, "Oh, poor good fellow. I guess that's me." But it'd be a perfect
We could
couple.
have. Do you think it's a bit too on the nose to have it cat themed?
I was going to say, make everyone wear cat
Oh.
ears.
You'd at least find it funny.
Yes, why not? Everybody enjoys a good theme.
Oh god, we're going to bolster his ego.
or we could have like maybe a party.
I
of
mean,
just us
isn't
and
that
him.
isn't that like the best gift for a fae? I mean, it's best gift for me.
Oh.
So, Grimbrook does say that the kitchens are at your disposal if you wish to make any treats for the Fae.
I
Grimbrook,
was-
may I ask a question?
Of course.
Is it how are you? You seem younger. I'm just is this because of the location, or you don't have to ask? Sorry, that was too forward. I apologize. That was.
I am not at liberty to discuss certain things without the allowance of the Count Blackwood. But there has always been the Grimm Brook with the Count.
Oh.
By the way, Grimbrook is spelled Grimmmbro. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's so interesting. And I reach into my coat pocket and I pull out the journal from my brother. It's I guess it's not, we're only just chosen, it's in our blood.
I think you mentioned that. When we were talking to Morphia, she mentioned that.
That's when she first summoned on us.
Well, it sounds like we have some time to utilize. I will make a fruit bonag. I don't know if that's how you say it. Fruit bonag.
So, Panag was right. Has Felicity ever cooked before?
She has specifically made this, but it's been a while. So she's gonna go into the kitchen
Do you need
and
some
just
help with that, dude?
Yes, of course. I would love help. I would definitely have this. And then she goes into the kitchen and is just like,
What do we do? Putting on I assume there's an apron. I'm gonna find an apron.
There are aprons there.
you put on an apron. I'm
What do
trying
you
to
need me to
remember
do?
how to do this. It's been a long time since I've made this bread.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sure there's flour stuff. Flour, water. It's.
There's flour, water, yeast, sugar. There's candied fruits. Everything you need is there.
She's going to go to the recipe book and just look for bread just a general bread recipe, and then cross-reference it against a
fruitcake.
Yeah.
So yeah, then there's kind of everything you see. You find the brandy to soak the fruits in. You find everything you kind of need to do. You're pretty sure you could make this. It'll take you about 45 minutes, which means the oven needs to get on now.
Right, we need to get the oven going now.
Okay.
Okay.
You know how to start a fire.
We look at the fire. We look at this oven, and I'm like, "Have you even started a fire?"
Dude,
Actually,
all right back there.
Actually, Nathaniel, yes, he definitely made me learn how to do it. So, yes, What did you say, Beatrice? What did Beatrice say? I'm sorry.
I think I'm hearing slight raise of voices. Is everything all right?
Oh yeah, yes. We're just. Sounds of baking. Yes, I can
yes,
write it,
I've always loved your baking. And I turn towards Beatrice and I'm like, she's only really done this once, and it was bearable. So we have to try to really sell it for her.
Okay.
Oh.
Has Beatrice taken to keeping Goodfellow snacks in her handbag?
Yes, I think
Okay,
at some point
good.
in the morning she made specifically, because she has basic skills, because she's like, what if my family goes bankrupt? I gotta know how to live. So
'Cause
she's
she's paranoid.
made, so she's made the Greek chewy almond cookies.
Okay, perfect.
Hey.
Fantastic. Back up.
We got
just
this.
in case.
Okay, you could definitely make a fire. Yes.
Okay,
So
so
get
the
the
fire
fire
is no
started.
issue. I need you to do a roll for me to see how this turns out. It's going to be a straight D4 roll.
Okay.
And there's 4 categories this can be.
Okay.
You have inedible on a 1.
Uh-huh.
You have palatable on a 2. You have okay on a 3, and you have good on a 4. Very straightforward. 1 in 4 odds.
please.
Could I give her
Good or great?
Could I give her
Good
a
or
boon
great?
since I'm helping her in here? Like,
No, don't
in a
help. You might
motivator like
actually make
that?
it
No,
at
no, no.
disadvantage. You burn
you
tea.
started the fire. Okay. You
Oh, I
started
got
the
you. I
fire.
got you. Okay.
From your understanding, this is where you, from your own understanding, this is where you should probably stop.
I just look on. I'm just looking on like this. It's like, oh my gosh.
This is something she'd do with her mom. So. Oh, I got a 4.
Yeah, you did.
I got a 4.
We don't know it yet, though. We don't know it yet. It's
I think this is right.
As you're
It
doing
looks
it,
good.
you remember the feeling of mixing the dough with your mother.
Yes.
And you hear her singing in Gaelic to you. And well, specifically Manx, which is a subset. You hear her singing in Manx to you as as you guys are folding it in. She's singing you stories of Clever Fae, because in those old languages, all of the songs were stories.
Mm-hmm.
And she's singing of, and you remember one song that she had of a Keith Sith that at one point did a great service to your family.
Do I get the name of this Kate Sith?
Robin.
What was it?
Uh-oh.
Robin.
Robin.
Robin. Robin.
Does Felicity hum at all as she's like going through like reminiscing? Because I imagine just like look at her from time to time. It's like you're like in the moment, like cooking. Like, does it show on her face, like the memory stuff like that?
That's a good question. Do you let yourself kind of get lost in the memories to a degree?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does. She definitely gets lost in the she starts to hum the melody that she can remember, because like how to make the bread is sort of intuitively coming through.
Yeah. And it is everything from taking the break like your mother used to make sure the coals were properly set in the oven, to make sure how the fruit is layered within the bread base, making sure to leave just enough room in there for the bread to rise just enough. And you bake it, and you remember how important it was you had to trust what you did. You can't check on it early. If you opened it early, you'd ruin the bread.
Right.
Badger tries repeatedly, like, should we check on it?
No.
Okay.
No. We must trust in the process. Trust in it.
And
Okay, well, I trust in you, so trust the process.
There's a proper timer on the side for it, and you turn it over. It's a sand timer, as most of them were back then. And it's done, and it pulls out, and it looks just like you remember it being made at the table with your mother.
You smell that? Oh my gosh.
The rest of you upstairs smell clove, allspice, candied fruits, and brandy.
You did
Smells
it.
like she did it right. I turn to
Yes.
Kevin.
Oh. Yeah, yes, splendid.
This is wonderful. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Felicity, look at me. Look. You can talk to me. It's okay. I'll listen, it's okay.
I used to make this with my mother, and I'm just glad I didn't. It's been so long, and I made it, and it works, and I'm just really happy and emotional.
I grab you and just hold you in a hug, just like it's.
She hugs you back.
I like the non-melancholy Duke Brown. He's very huggy.
Yeah.
Well, he's crying too at this point, though. Like he's also crying. Like,
Oh
you
yeah,
see-
100%.
So it's like,
Just find them
crying,
hugging
she's
and
about to say.
crying in the kitchen.
And I think in that moment though, like it's an unspoken like kind of
Yeah.
understanding, like
Yeah.
because badgers know always what to say, but like sometimes it's just kind of that
Action. Yeah, sometimes action is more important than a word.
Actions speak louder than words.
And I think they walked out and face hugging and we're just like
words.
Oh, I feel like as we're hugging, they're gonna come like Beatrice and both Cadman are gonna walk in as we're just hugging like that.
No, I'm like letting Cadman go and be like, I think you need to be an escort right now, Cadman. Been gone too long.
It's been about 40 minutes that they've been alone down there. And Beatrice, you've realized it's been 40 minutes that they've been without supervision.
I'm like pushing
yes.
him.
We're
dead.
going through the door. We're opening.
I'll wait here for AP. It's fine.
Yeah, we hear Cadman coming, and then we'll like politely just step away and.
Well,
Everything is proper when you walk into the kitchen, Captain.
You smell that, Cadman? Do you smell that? It smells.
Look, I did it.
Listen,
Oh yes. I've been quite hopeful that this is just as good as the last time that you've made it.
Well, I hope it's better. The last time I made it turned into a brick, so.
Oh, what a surprise to me!
It's quite all right. I was 11.
You missed your mother. It was an attempt.
I mean that's
So yeah.
You had to start somewhere, so and look where it led to. This is definitely not a brick.
Grimbrook is continuing being a vigilant guard dog.
Yeah, and I've been watching him and trying to study like the features. Does he have like really tall, long ears as he gets
They
younger?
are very tall. As he gets younger, the taller they get.
And like you can see Beatrice is puzzling something, and she's just like, "May I be? Am I allowed to say a wild guess? I don't need an answer."
If you can guess the chapel, like if you can guess the churchyard, you can ask your question.
Guess.
And you can hear a mumble in your ear from Goodfellow's voice. Saint Albany.
I like try and take a second and be like, Saint Albany?
I see that Keith Seth, as he pulls forward one of the rooms, is still on his cheating bullshit. You see him like, as he pulls down the rune, you see him kind of like breaking it apart, shifting it and putting it back together, forming a different room out of it and pushing it back. But my word is my word. What is the question?
Well, it's not a question. I need to guess the connection.
Okay. Make your guess.
Are you related to Anubis in some way?
The practice that created me made its way from the Egyptians to the Greeks, up through what was at one point the Celts, into Britannia.
You're just like listening very attentively and just nodding.
Yeah. There's always been a connection between hounds and the dead.
Of course, I remember stories of the Great Hunt.
Much better. You see him just like wiping his hands off. But this is as pointy as they go, unfortunately.
Well, they look
This
adorable
isn't
on you.
going to- There is no snout. This is when I was. You see him kind of shifting his high collar, and you realize remember because I always worn a high collar. There is a series of tattoos that form a collar around his neck. My original churchyard was destroyed by Scandinavians originally. One such as me with no yard to Grimm. is quite dangerous for all around. The man who would become the first Lord Blackwood bound me into service. And that is all I can say about that until further release from the current master.
I mean, that is more than I expected, so thank you.
The cat would have told you anyways. I might as well do it myself.
Well, that's true. You should get the story from the source of it.
Ask him about Pierre and Provence. It's my little bit of revenge for this. Where did you think the story? Where did you think that certain stories come from? He says as he wipes his pants legs real quick, and he goes back to studying different aspects around the room.
I feel like you're going to get me in trouble.
From what I understand, I don't believe you could get in trouble with that cat if you wanted, even if you wanted to at this point.
I suppose I have a charm.
He just wipes his nose twice real quick as you see him not looking at you, but he just wipes his nose twice real quick as he goes back to rearranging books and putting the stuff that was studied before back into its proper places. And yeah, you guys come back, and by the time you come up, right as AP, you come out and you see that there is a platter of some sort of fruit bread at your table. You see that Grimbrook is seeming to be organizing parts of the library. And it looks like that Felicity and Duke Brown have been crying semi-recently.
Oh. And flour on us, too.
And they are bespeckled with flour and sugar and it looks like butter.
Well, how long was I gone? It seems like you've been waiting for
About
some
an hour.
time.
Yeah, an hour.
But
Ow.
how did it go? How did?
And I will morph and then upgrade to the Emperor. And what will happen when I upgrade to the Emperor to show them that I have achieved?
So, because you're the first one to do this, you do your morph. And you feel an additional weight on the serpent's head, on the serpent saber.
Mm-hmm. Well, right now it's a
And
revolver
as-
too. Remember, they're both
That's
revolvers.
what you do, the revolver also. So it almost feels like that was just a little bit heavier than you remember it being. You pull it out, and as you do, you see that the hood flares just a little bit around the cylinder, and you feel intrinsically like you know what to do as you slap the cylinder, and as it does, what the rest of you see is his once purple and black ensemble. The base layer remains that purple as the coat shifts to red and the collar of it pops up almost like a cobra's hood as these crimson fangs go up and down on the helmet.
I believe it has worked.
Like it.
And then I'll demorph because it's more of just to test it out to see if it works, kind of thing.
Yep, and it does.
And I'm assuming when I morph, it feels more powerful too. Like you feel like a
It
beast and everything?
feels well. Your base morph feels regular. The second you hit that second stage, while you were
Super Saiyan.
morphed, you had an understanding of magic that you don't when you're not in that form.
Yeah, it's definitely different when you upgrade. I understand things that I don't understand now, if that makes sense. Like,
Like your knowledge expands.
yeah,
Interesting.
I can do more than I can normally.
Hmm.
Well, I look
Curious.
forward to see what my brother could show me because I imagine I have the walking stick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just kind of tap the walking stick.
You still need to do yours as well, do you not?
No, he
He
did his.
he
Oh, he
did
did
it.
his
He
door.
did his
I
last
did
one.
mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew. I thought Brown. I knew Duke Brown did his second one, right?
So
But I-
both of them
Oh,
did.
but
Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah, I
yeah.
did.
so yeah, Duke Brown did it when it first came out. This is how you do it.
yeah. That's right.
Cadman came back after that day.
Yeah, that's right. I remember. That's right. My brain spaced there.
Yeah, you guys had a
Okay,
conversation
we're jumping all over
before.
the place in time wise. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
we are. We are all over the timeline right now.
All
Anyways.
right, Grimbrook, how's the spell coming? Is it ready for me to?
We're set, sir.
So I just need to lock it down.
You see him kind of make a motion, and there's a rune that you have come to realize means basically translated into the Count Blackwood, for lack of a better word. And it's kind of like a rune of authority. All you have to do is power, sir.
All right, let's see how this goes. And I will reach up, and I will touch it, and I'll power it.
You feel. Roll me a vigor real quick. I want to see how much this saps from you.
I rolled an 8.
So even with the 8, it makes you buckle for a second, but just for a second. As it glows vibrantly and you see light flicker and flare, as Beatrice, you see that all of those changed runes that he did form this almost like a net that first contracts down before exploding out. And then that's all you see from that.
Well, and after I finish that, I just kind of fall back in a chair, even clearly wiped from the magic drain.
Took a bit out of you, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think the house is secure, so I'm sorry for the bringing you all here, but I figure we should know. If you see Cedric, let me know. But I have a feeling the ring probably has to do with your arena.
I assume it must.
So, once I
Honestly-
recover, I plan to go there.
It wouldn't surprise me if they were plotting something to do there, as it is one of my more sacred places.
Well, I'll probably be by more frequently until I run into him.
Just be careful, because if he said, what was it, Felicity, to get him in the ring,
Yes.
and
He's
either
running.
Maybe.
Yeah, getting you in the ring might be his objective.
My daddy taught me never run from a fight, so
but there's ways to be smart about it.
She's right. Perhaps one of us should go with you.
I mean, we could make it a tag team. Towards AP.
but we have done well in the past. I might not expect it if I didn't show up. If I showed up alone, I'd probably expect that, because I have been known to be a little bit stubborn and quick on the draw, so to speak. But if you show up with me, he may not be ready for that. Neither would Celestial.
At least that'll be fair, because he's not going alone, because Celestial will be there, so it's never really going to be much of a fair fight, it seems like.
Well, I guess we wait and see when he pops
I
up.
found him.
Oh, good
A
fellow.
limping and singed good fellow enters into the room before just kind of like collapsing down into a little heap.
I immediately scoop him up.
Just like
Good
Watch
fellow.
till that happens, like, whoa.
What happened?
just push the bread forward.
Oh,
Bread and
Is that
Scott.
Conag?
Yes. I think
Yes.
she wants to go with it.
Yes.
Made it for you.
I go over with him in my arms to the couch, sit him on my lap, and then scoot the table closer so he can eat.
I haven't had Conag in 200 years?
Well, it turned out just right, so I hope you enjoy it.
He takes a couple of bites, and you see that there's something about that kind of reinvigorates him. Oh. So Cedric has guards now of a kind of stellar nature.
Starlings,
Bigger.
constellations. What constellations be guarding him? He must be quite something.
They do whatever their master commands of them.
Well, a lot's riding on this. If he has constellations guarding him.
Means a pretty big bargain was made.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Taurus. He's stubborn as a bull.
He was there.
Oh,
Ares was
I was
there.
I was making a jest, but no. That's bad.
Ares, Taurus, Leo.
Three.
All of
Where
it,
did
but I'll
he-
still come from.
I think that he might have put all of his constellations in play. He's getting desperate.
I mean, well, if
He
he has to
only
rely on
has-
Cedric, he's got to be desperate.
He has 2 cards to lose before he has to make a final stand.
Well, it's a good thing that we have our machina.
It is.
I assume that final stand is going to be pretty brutal then.
Where is he at?
He's in a place where you cannot reach him at the moment. He's in one of Celestial's realms. Like all of the 3, he still has holdings outside of the material plane that he can access. He has agreements with some of the Nixies, which is where I believe I found out that he was able to keep your mother at Duke Brown.
Like
He's been preparing for this ever since he lost the game against Greece. I don't know how, but he was able to find out which of the families was going to be picked. And he's been doing things behind the scenes to prime his own candidates for Morpheus' side.
And is that against the rules?
Not technically, which means no.
Loophole.
It doesn't matter. As much as he's prepared, he's already lost 3 cards. We've kicked his butt at every turn. And he's just getting desperate. Desperate people make mistakes.
Desperate people are also. You're also not dealing with a person, you're dealing with a fae.
Get dangerous.
Faye, no offense, my dear friend, but Faye who live forever, when you get reckless, you make even more mistakes.
yes,
No,
but those
it's
mistakes
agreeable.
can cause other people, like not everything as powerful as us. So these
Listen.
mistakes may trickle out to other people too.
Listen, look at us. Look at all the things we've already accomplished. Hell, they took you, and we got you back within a day. You fought through what they put you through. Everybody here has been through hell in some fashion, and we are all still standing here, stronger together. My room asked me if I would give all this up for my Ellie, and I said no, because I knew she would want me to stand side by side with y'all. Let's not give in to our fears and let them take that from us.
Oh,
Let's
it's
put the
not
fear
fears,
in.
but it's not. I appreciate the sin, but it's not fear for me. It just, well, fear not for myself, but for other people who aren't us. I know we can push through and persevere, but I just want to make sure that people are safe, that they don't get involved in this mess.
That's what
Yeah,
we
That's
do.
all.
It's a good thing that we're a team. We can split our focus. We all have our strengths.
Oh,
We'll look after the people and we'll
He's going to bide
So-
his time now. And you see, Goodfellas seems to be kind of the more that he's eaten, the little bit of scotch that he's had. You kind of feel him. You feel him, Beatrice, kind of just filling back out, and kind of you feel the burns leaving him, and he appears whole and hearty again. He's going to hold his cards close to his chest right now. He's not going to try anything until he feels like he has a moment where he's able to catch all of you at a disadvantage. And I think that he believes that's going to be on Friday night at the Philharmonic. Of course. But if we know that he's there, we can be ready for him. He won't use Cedric for that, though. Something about the deal that he's made with Cedric, and he wouldn't be putting 3 constellations to protect Cedric and putting Cedric into a private realm if that's what this was for. He's saving Cedric from something big.
Could it be because of his bloodline?
He is a Blackwood.
Well, as long as I'm alive, he's not getting in here.
You see Goodfellow looking around. No, he couldn't, not normally. There's one specific instance. He could always challenge you for the lordship.
Yes, and he'd have to kill me. So as long as I'm alive, I can't have it.
Which means we know what he's going to try to do to get you on that. But we need to be aware of what's going on until that happens.
Yeah.
I think our best bet... Go ahead.
I was just going to say all we can do is take it one step at a time. We know something's going to happen at the Philharmonic. I completely blanked on telling you all who that opposing Black Ranger is, because I don't like to think about him.
Oh,
Duke Brendan Farley.
Farley. Ew.
Yes.
Farley.
Most dreadful thing.
What a brute.
Well, I almost got in a fight with him the other night. He was slandering your name inside of a bar that we were at.
Just like him. Absolutely no class.
Well, he was trying to slander your name. The moment your name left his lips, I let him know that we could take it outside and I could close his jaw permanently.
Honestly, he probably did that to bait you, because he loves baiting people. I think it's one of his ways where if he can look like he was the wronged, he can sue you for your money.
Well, I like being baited, but everybody there saw that he was accepting my challenge. So if it would have been a challenge. I'm not too worried about it.
Yes, truly detestable behavior. But,
The cooler heads prevailed. His friends and my friends here pointed
He
to.
has friends. Good for
But
him.
I don't know if they're friends, but they could have been just drinking buddies for the night. Who knows? But cooler heads prevailed. But mine was definitely not cool.
Is there something... So, I'm not opposed to a library in a tree, but why a tree? Why is it not a black... well, I suppose because you're the Blackwood family. Is this tree significant?
Goodfellow is just nodding his head.
I look at Grimbrook, by the way. Is he still de-aging or is it stopped?
No, he's stopped at about 27. 20, mid to late 20s. Prime health.
Not to detour from our current conversation, but Grimbrook, Jonathan,
Yes, sir.
are you going to be young like this now?
No, unfortunately, once I leave the room, I'll go back to the age I've been presenting as.
Well, that's much better. No offense. It just would be a little hard to explain how you, unless we decide to say you're some nephew or great grandson or something. I'm just saying.
My dear Count, I've done this 17 times. I know how to re-age myself if I need to.
Well, I have complete faith in you, Jonathan. You've done a wonderful job since I've been here. So,
Thank you, sir. You see him looking at you for a second. Goes, I wish that you were the one that was born over on the side of the river. You would have been an amazing magus. But you see, as he puts the last book into place, I have a Yule Ball to go back to assembling for. If there's
Jonathan,
anything else you need to start.
are you saying I can't be a wonderful magus now?
Oh, you can, but you've already lost 20-something years of experience.
Well, who says that won't be what I wish for when this is all over?
It might be. It might be.
Well,
But anyways, I will return to the preparations for the Yule Ball.
Did you get my dossier on my suggestions?
Yes, ma'am. And they're taking into consideration. Most of them were things I was planning on doing anyways. He leans over for just a second, and you see him kind of whispering into your ear. I found some catnip. I'll put it into one of the the kissing bells for you as he pats you on the shoulder and walks out of the room.
I remember
about catnip?
Goodfellow was on my lap. I'm just like,
What did I hear something about catnip?
Well, if we're done, and I like go and reach out, pull out a pocket watch. Oh, Felicity, we might be a bit late for our tea.
Oh, yes.
So there is a very high-end tea house, which I'm assuming where you set up for your tea at, Beatrice.
Yes, in a nice private area of it.
Perfect.
Cool. I'm going to take some of my bread with me.
Yep.
Tuck it away.
Shall I get you there so you're not as late as you could have been?
That would be lovely.
Yes.
Of course. And Goodfellow hops down and starts walking towards the shadow. Come along then.
Get up.
Yep. Follow him.
Yep. And we're going to go ahead and... Because remember, we've been in the past this entire time.
yeah.
Does anybody have any last things they want to do before we get to the Philharmonic?
I do.
Besides Duke Brown and Cadman, does anybody
I
else
do.
have anything else? Oh yes, yes.
But it would occur sometime, like it would occur tonight when she's alone in her
Okay.
room. So we can do other stuff
We'll
first.
come back to that. We'll come back to that then. All right, Duke Brown. Is it time for you to face your music?
Yeah, we probably would have done it after after they left because Goodfellow put him back where he was.
Yep.
So yeah, he would get it, and he's still kind of mine is racy.
Quick question for Cadman. Had you cleared up anything with Albert and the and Count? Count Fairfax at all?
No, I don't think I would have.
No. Perfect.
Because
Perfect. You wouldn't have thought about it.
I've been busy.
You've been busy.
Like chartering the ships, and I've been trying to get to the orphanage. So I wouldn't.
And we'll do the orphanage scene.
Yeah. Of course, but like Cadman has been running around all over the place, so he wouldn't have had a chance to communicate.
So Goodfellow's kind enough to drop you off at home. Cadman. And you are home. Duke Brown, he drops you off back at the end of the street where you were to give you the time to get yourself back into the mindset to do this as you approach the door, and he wishes you good luck.
Thank you. Probably will need it.
By the way, did Badrick need AP? Because we talked about this before.
I mean, probably wouldn't think he probably wouldn't remember the time because he was so just like as he was sitting there just staring at the cake as he was waiting for him to get back. So he'd think about it too late. So I was like, yeah. So it hit him when he was walking there, but he's trying to get back in the mindset, but he's struggling because he keeps thinking back to like the good time making a cake, but then like this stupid stuff with like the Fae and all this games going on. It's just like, okay, don't think about that. Just focus on this. It's fine. Focus on the good things. Oof. Should have brought AP with me, but next time. Yeah.
AP sneezes somewhere. Getting a cold.
All right, you approach.
Getting straight, just walk up, not confidently, try to knock confidently.
Yes, sir. You see one of the Cavendish servants answering the door. Yes, sir.
Hello, and I forget his name. Is
Henry Fairfax.
oh my, is Henry Fairfax available? I wish to.
Name?
Duke Francis Patrick Brown.
I will show you to the waiting room real quick, sir, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Yes, no problem.
Perfect. So you get seated there, and you see the servant walk upstairs. Cadman, where are you in the house right now?
Wait, how early is it?
At this point, it is probably mid-afternoon, counting for the hour that AP was in the room for it.
Yeah, I think he would be getting ready to go see Lady Devonshire. So at the very least, he might be catching like Duke Badrick as he's like exiting.
So I think that you're getting the finishing touches on upstairs in your dressing room.
Oh yes, yeah, 100%.
Because
Just
you
spending
for everything else, and I say this with love, Cadman is a fop.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
Oh.
he's spending
With
more
all of-
time than
It's totally
he
a
usually
dandy.
would.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a clothes horse.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. It is an acceptable expression for a gentleman of the time period. I don't know if he's actually a dandy though, because dandy is a very specific clothes
Yeah.
set. I don't think that he's a dandy.
Yeah.
Dandy adjacent maybe, but I don't think.
Okay,
he's a dandy.
okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
But he is a fop and a clothes horse. Those two
Yeah.
are very true. Cool. Hey, Duke Brown. Are you sitting in the waiting room, pacing in the waiting room? What are you doing?
Sitting, just like deep in thoughts, just trying not to get stuck in his thoughts. So yeah, he's sitting there, just kind of quiet,
Perfect.
like staring off into space.
Roll me an etiquette real quick. I want to
Okay.
see if you notice something.
Rolling in D6, that's gonna be with advantage because they have some things.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? An etiquette?
Mm-hmm.
And that is a no. He's two into his thoughts. I got a 4 and a 6, so just two makes
Yep.
sense. It's two kind of
Yep,
in
you're
his
in
mind
your
at the
own
moment.
mind. Go ahead. We'll go ahead and take your mark of peril and roll to see if you
Oh,
clear it real
snap.
quick. Because that is
Forgot
something
about
that
that.
happens.
Yes.
When Rangers fail a roll, they have the ability to kind of bounce back from it. If they roll a dice after they do a failure, getting a failure gets you a mark of peril. If you roll above the limit of marks of peril you have, you're fine in the scene. If you roll under it, you have something called the vapors. They basically are forced to leave the scene. If you roll the number, you clear and you succeed again at what you were trying before. So, Duke Brown,
5,
do we
so
roll?
I got a
Okay,
5,
so
so
you're
no
awesome.
vapors.
You have no idea of presence as Albert Fairfax walks in, takes his glove off, and smacks you across the face with it as, Cadman, you hear the word, "You scoundrel, my sister!"
Oh,
And
wait,
you
wait.
realize you've forgotten to tell people things.
Okay, I fear there's some.
There's no more time for words. I demand satisfaction, sir.
Wait, dear brother, and you see like Cadman, he's wearing like 3 vests because he couldn't decide which
You
one.
pick out which one.
They're all various shades of red, and he's like,
No,
wait,
no, Cadman. I will claim this honor back for my family. Have at you, sir.
no, wait,
Kevin, it's
brother,
fine,
there-
Kevin. It's okay. It's okay.
It
I will allow
really
you the
isn't
choice.
okay.
I will allow you the choice: blades or fists.
Can we try with words first, and then if we must, then maybe the
Oh,
fist
we are
after
past the point of
that?
words, sir. I
Yes,
am
a
a man
duel
of
of-
action from the Queen's military.
Yes, a duel with words. Yes, this just brother, this is a
So,
big
Cadman, roll me an
misunderstanding.
etiquette as Albert just gives you a death glare.
Even with that death glare, just give me disadvantage.
It does give you disadvantage, actually.
Oh,
You
okay.
see- yeah,
So it's
Fair,
a straight roll
fair.
then, right?
Straight
Since
roll.
he
it
has
is a
enough.
straight
Yeah, 'cause
roll.
I
It
have-
is a straight roll for
I have
Cadman
Queen's
right
favor.
I have the envelope in my hand too. Pull out the envelope as these.
Nah.
That's a 7.
now. No, that's not
Nope.
gonna do it. No, yeah, Cadman, you have seen the face of evil. You've seen death incarnate.
Yeah, it's like this is a misunderstanding. I'll try the burnt sienna again. I just.
Do you go try to get Henry Fairfax?
Yes.
Okay, good answer. Correct answer.
Oh, should I roll for marks of peril?
Yeah, go. Actually, you should. Yeah, you should have done that from the beginning. Actually, so we're going to
Yeah,
pause that. Go and roll to clear your mark real quick.
Yeah, really quick. Okay, yeah, we're good.
So yeah, So yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you probably a good time to find Father. The time for words is over, Duke Brown.
Okay, so what are we going to?
You've had many opportunities.
Okay, but if I tears your letter, then fine. If you must, I guess we can use fist. I don't feel like bleeding
He
right now.
snatches the letter
As
from
much.
your hands, and just before you could tear it, Henry Fairfax comes in and snatches it from him. As you turn around and you see Cadman kind of panting, leaning against the back wall. As Henry Fairfax, still glaring at you, Duke Brown, because there's not been enough time for Cadman to explain the situation. As Henry Fairfax pulls a dirk from his belt to cut the seal on the letter. It's a wickedly sharp little blade. And it's a shick! And he just pops the wax seal without breaking it. Takes out the letter, which is actually the parchment itself is folded into the letter given this time period. He unfolds it, reads it, passes the open note, and forces Albert's head to read it. Albert reads it once, reads it twice. Fine. Henry Fairfax sits down across from you, Duke Brown. Albert is on one side. Cadman, do you take the other side?
Yes.
Or do you go stand by Duke Brown? You have a decision here. Where do you go?
Oh, I'm gonna stand by Duke Brown.
Perfect. It's important. That's actually important. That was the right decision. Good job.
What?
Proud of you. That was the right answer.
Just all the cabbages, all the men.
Yeah. So Henry Fairfax takes the letter, tosses it down onto the side table, not dismissively, but just getting it out of his hands. Leans back and staples his fingers. It's not an issue if you can provide for my daughter. I know that the Brown family's finances compatible for someone from the outside. I'm sure that she would live comfortably with you. But can you take care of my daughter?
Yes, I definitely can, and not just take care of her though, and not just with monetary things, but also with, this may sound a little cheesy, but with love. She will never go a moment being unloved if she was with me. So
my daughter is strong. She comes from strong people. She is sometimes a bit willful in her ways, but that is what I raised her to be, because she is premier. She is able to stand against the world because of it, if she so desires. Are you enough to stand with her?
Yes, and I know that I'm stronger when I am with her too. So yes, I am strong enough, and I'm even stronger when I'm with her.
He looks up at Albert. Albert kind of looks back down at his father, kind of stone-faced, before just giving a very subtle nod. And then Henry Fairfax looks over to you, Cadman.
Yes, I can testify for his character. He has grown to be a fine friend and a fine gentleman for my dear sister.
You told my daughter that it was time to grow up and stop following dreams.
Yes, I may have in a way, or she may have taken it away. I'm not always the best with words, but no, I did say something like that. I just said that I was infatuated with her when we were younger. We were both kids, and I didn't know, and something that we're still gonna figure out as we get as the courting process hopefully keeps going. Something we just had to figure out now, and so I didn't
Keeps
want to
going.
let.
You've been doing this without my confirmation first.
No, not going, but I mean, I've, no, it hasn't. It hasn't been going. Trust me. You can ask Lissy. That's definitely has not been going. Even though
I'm not
I should have
asking
gotten it
Felicity, I'm
sooner.
asking you.
Yes, no, but it has been going, but it
And
probably I
you
should
can
have
tell
gotten
that
started.
so you have also been doing you have been going to meetings and other things while you've been here outside of this. And there have been tales of Viscount Fairfax being someone that you do not want as part of the opposition on a bill that you want pushed through Parliament. Because he just gives you this very somber, reading you look.
Yes, I did say that, and like I said, I didn't mean it in that way. Just that we're older now, and so I just wanted to make sure that we still felt the same, and I believe that I do, and I believe that she may as well, of course, that is her decision.
Father, if I may, the fact that Duke Brown is here, not only because of tradition, but because of his character, is a testament to his change in character. It's a testament to what he stands for, that he will put aside his foolish feelings and do what is right. So
I will allow you to court my daughter on two conditions. One, swear to me that she will be safe with you on whatever you hold dear.
Yes, I swear it. I swear that's no doubt. Yes.
Good, good. The second one is harder. It's going to be proof of action over time that I am trusting you to uphold to allow you to go through this process. But at if any point I feel you have broken this rule, I will revoke your right to court my daughter. I will not say never make her cry. We are all human. We will make each other infuriated over the smallest things. Never let it be said that my daughter's time with you has in any way dimmed her light.
I would never, because she has been one of the few lights that's been in my life.
I understand that, but you do realize you had done so once already unintentionally. My care is not of intent. I fully believe you have the intentions to do good things. You say you are not good with words. Mind them. Learn when you are about to say something. Think about the ramifications of the words you're about to utter outside of your intended meaning. It will serve you well both in marriage, hopefully marriage, when we come to that discussion later. Much later. Not that much later, but later. As well as in the Parliament. Words have weight.
Sir. I will.
All right. He taps his thigh. Now then, Brandy? Brandy. He says as he stands up and walks over to, and you are led from the meeting room to the Lord's study.
Yeah, I pat Patrick's
Before
back.
that, yeah, I'm gonna say to Kevin, say thank you for that, like quietly to him, just before I guess I'm getting dragged away.
And
Boss,
from
we'll be brothers soon.
from the front, you hear a call out to you, Cadman, from Henry. By the way, throw that burnt sienna away. I told you that doesn't go well with your hair. Just wear the scarlet one that you've been dithering about with them.
Oh no. See, I'm gonna stick to the burnt sienna. There's nothing that my dad can do about
For the
it.
past 20 minutes and go to your betrothed. Get the
Okay.
fuck out the door.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You froze for a little bit, but I think I got it. I'm like,
I got it, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, she's already seen me in the crypt. Like, okay, all right.
Keep the burnt sienna. Do it. He just wants you to make a decision to get the fuck out of the house.
Yeah. And yeah, I leave Patrick and I go and get ready for my day.
And were you going to pick up Bianca, or were you meeting her at the orphanage?
I was gonna pick up Bianca. I was gonna go to the Devonshire estate.
Perfect. So you go to the Devonshire estate, and you have knowledge that the Devonshires were kind of left in a bad situation at the passing of their father. You can tell that everything that they have is kind of very well taken care of, but everything's about 2 seasons out of date. The servants look well fed. Everyone looks happy-ish. You can tell that there were hard times that are slowly getting better. And Bianca comes out in a beautiful downy snowish snow white gown. She smiles at you. Cadman, are you ready?
Bianca, yes, of course.
Do you ride besides in the carriage? Do you ride horse as well?
Of course, what type of knight would I be if I didn't?
Oh, my dear Don Quixote. She says as she taps your arm very sweetly, as she takes you over to the stable, and you see there are a couple of very well taken care of chestnut horses that are set up to be ridden. The streets are a little narrow for where we're going for for carriage. So this is going to be the easiest way for us to get there with any sort of expediency.
Oh, that is no issue at all.
Let's see if you can actually ride. She says as she whips the horse around and shoots off. Roll me a vigor.
All right. Love a good competition.
You got this, Cameron.
This is interesting.
Okay.
I rolled a 1, so I got my honor.
Okay.
But the question is, would it be honorable to just to win, or to let my dearly betrothed win?
What does Cadman think?
Yeah, I think he'll ride to the best of his ability
Okay.
and get pretty close,
Okay.
but at the very end.
Okay. So would it be one of those things where you would get ahead of her and then fall behind, or how would you do it?
Yeah, it would very much be
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay. So she is a very good rider, by the way. She rides very well. Much better than a city nobility title would expect for her to be able to ride. Because the Devonshires are city nobility. They don't really they have some small estates out. They have a small estate outside of the capital that is mainly just titled land to them. It's not really landed gentry kind of title. But the Devonshires are, and she rides like the wind, and you catch up with her, and it's even you aren't quite sure if you let her win or she actually won.
Yeah. I think I was like going into it, I was like, oh, of course I'll just let my betrothed win. Oh, no, wait, she's actually really beat me. Oh.
It was kind of like the duel with Albert. And yeah, you guys, she leads you down through these, progressively narrower and narrower streets as you, and it gets narrow enough for it to only be a single horse just for a moment before it empties out into a courtyard. It is a 3-story building that is very well maintained. It would arguably be said it is better maintained than the Devonshire estate is. There are some trees and some foliage planted throughout the courtyard, and you see there are children who are, from what you can tell through a large set of windows, they seem to be in some sort of learning environment. You see one of them look out towards the window, say something, and they all start tumbling out of their chairs, running towards the door. You see Bianca kind of get off of the horse, take off her gloves. You see she pulls an overcoat off of the back of her saddle, wrapping around her beautiful white dress, her beautiful white walking dress. Okay. One, and at the one, the doors burst open, and this tidal wave of children kind of washes over her as there's calls of Lady Devonshire's here. And you just see her swarmed under this mound of children.
Yeah, and Cadman is just kind of taken back from this. They're just like observing. It's just like, oh,
As you're kind of observing, you see that there are a couple of older individuals kind of walking, some of them kind of more leaning a bit heavier on the canes than they might otherwise in age, walking out of the orphanage, coming towards also, and the children are kind of naturally parting like the Red Sea for these older individuals as they make their way towards Bianca. Lady Devonshire, it's so pleasant for you to see us. We weren't expecting you until next week. If you'd let us know, we would have had the kids. Oh, Walter, it's fine. The kids have finally gotten far enough off of her. She's able to kind of set herself back up, and some of the kids kind of help her back up to her feet again. I've also brought a guest. Are you still on the horse, or did you get off the horse?
No, I got off the horse.
Okay. And she kind of holds her hand out to you. And she, and she kind of pulls you over closer to her. This is Cadman Cavendish, Count Cadman Cavendish. He is my betrothed. And you see a couple of the little boys get really grumpy in the face. That Lady Bianca is now betrothed.
Yeah,
And-
and I look at them.
and yeah, one of them just kind of like what, and it's you can, as you kind of get distracted by that, you can kind of tell that Bianca's been talking this entire time,
Yeah.
and as you kind of tune back into it, yeah, he was interested about the orphanage and what we did here, so I thought that the best way to explain it to him would be to show him. We're just here to do a quick tour of the state and maybe spend a little time with the children. And, the older man, Walter, kind of nods his head. Well, of course. Well, if you wouldn't mind, as the headman of the orphanage, I'd love to...
Uh-oh. Whoa.
I'd love to explain what we do here. We specialize in... One sec.
Okay. We're back now.
Hold on. Am I back?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, you're back. I can hear
Yes,
you.
yes.
Okay. So yeah, Walter kind of says, well, again, I am, my name is Walter Edsman. I am I run the orphanage here for the Devonshire family. We have been in operation for about 150 years. The first iteration of this building, he's kind of like walking you through the building as it's going.
Mhm.
Everything is clean. The windows are tightly sealed. The paintwork is clean on the walls. There's a little bit of drawings the children do on walls every here and there, but you can tell that they're pretty good about making sure everything stays into a clean and tidy nature. We specialize in children who've affected great loss that were outside of the controls of families. For all of the good that we do, and for all the good that everyone does to try to make sure factory work is safe, there are always risks. Some of them have no place else to go, so they wind up here with us. We focus on teaching, providing different kind of educational pursuits, and he just continues through this grand showing for you, and the more that he shows, the more you realize this place has to take a lot of money to run. And
Yeah,
you're
and I
only-
just, as I'm like observing the building, and I just think back to seeing the Devonshire estate and why it's like a couple years out of fashion, in like especially with like the loss of their father, or like he's not lost, he just has ailing health, right?
He's been dead for a
Okay, he's
couple
been
of
dead.
years. They've just been
But
hiding.
then- okay,
They've been
okay. Trying
hiding
to make
it.
sure I got that right.
Yeah, no, so basically from what you can tell, your guess would be they stopped trying to keep up to date with everything when Leopold took over. We were very lucky. You wouldn't have actually recognized this place from a couple of years ago. The Devonshires had not to speak ill of the family, of course, and Bianca's like, it's fine, you can talk about it. Well, our funding was quite limited for a period of time, and we're happy to say that the Devonshires have gone back to supporting in full again, which allows us to take in more kids, keep more people taken care of.
Yes, this is quite an honorable feat. It is. I mean, the words that you've given me has barely done it any justice. You've all done very well.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Lady Bianca comes by quite often. She has ever since she was a child herself. She helps with some of the writings and some of the readings. She's quite fond of older stories. And, as he says, he kind of smiles over at Bianca, who kind of was a little bit blushing about being kind of called out for that. And yeah, you continue, you see what it looks to you quite obviously that Leopold has been taking the money that had been used for trying to keep the family in style and has been taking that and putting it back into the orphanage again.
Yeah, as we're like exploring and like observing like the orphanages, just like observing the orphanage, I'm going to like whisper to like one of like the children, like, hey, young man, come here.
Yes. Yes.
You haven't noticed anything nefarious or any falsehoods or me? Me? What? I would never.
How dare you steal Lady Bianca away from us?
It is only proper. You are not of age.
You would have waited for us. You would have waited for me.
I don't think you understand how it works. If she would be much older. I'm not going to be having this debate with the children. Go along. Enjoy yourself. Be merry.
Just for that, I won't be merry. You see the child just makes a very sour face and goes, and you see him talk to another small group of boys. Just all also now make very sour faces.
Yeah, they're just in a little mob, and they're just like...
Exactly.
Quite delightsome children you're raising here. Quite.
They're a bit attached to Lady Bianca. Don't worry, they'll get over themselves. So, quick question. I hear that you are something of a pugilist. Is that true?
Yes. I am known to compete in the ring.
Well, we have some boys here, and we have some boys and girls here who'd be interested in trying out a different kind of physical activity. Some of them have some past issues that they need to work out, and from my understanding, I have people who frequent such places. You have some sort of connection to the Queen in the Ring. Would you be willing to ask if there was any way for us to set up some sort of program with her to help assist with this?
Oh, yes, of course. Lady Douglas is a personal friend of mine, and she would... I know that she would love to have children out and about in her ring.
That would be really helpful, actually. And kind of as your day with Bianca wraps up to a certain degree, All this has done is reaffirm what you've been suspecting for a while. You and Felicity might have been the baddies the entire time.
Knew it was
He's
too
the bad
good.
guys.
I was like, I knew it was too good, and it was too good, and it was true. Ah. Not to take up too much time, but I want to do one last thing, and I am going to go to a florist and just get some flowers.
Perfect. You get flowers. Is there anything specific you want the flower language to say within?
Okay. I have an idea of flowers, but I'm just gonna roll an etiquette just
Actually,
to
yeah,
make
that's a
sure,
great way. Yeah.
just to make sure that he is sending the right message. Nope. I rolled an 8, so he is not. So he is going. He knows the
Roll
type
to
of
clear your
flower.
mark.
Yep,
Roll to
rolled
clear
my
your
mark.
mark.
Wouldn't you have advantage though? Because don't you still have over 30?
Oh,
Oh
no,
yeah, you would have.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
would have
are.
had
You are
revenge on
right.
this one. So yeah, so go and roll.
Oh.
Roll your second dice for us real quick.
Okay,
What was that second dice?
that's good. That was a 2.
Yep. Oh, perfect. Yeah. No, it takes you a second. For a second, you reach for like a flower that would completely throw off the message,
Yes.
and you're like, "It's pretty, but no."
Yeah.
That's a mistake.
So what happens is I'm looking at like the flowers. I know what flowers my sister loves, and I'm like, yes, she loves daffodils, and it's like, ah, yes, she loves yellow. So let's just get yellow roses. Wait.
Oh,
Nope.
hold on.
Nope. That's
not doing
wrong. Wrong message. Pink. That's okay.
that. There you go.
So pink roses and daffodils.
Perfect. And we're actually going to go ahead and take a very, very quick break before we get into the actual Philharmonic.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Sounds great.
Because we're going to be hitting it hard when we get back, guys.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. welcome back, everybody. Thank you for that short break, especially for these, I'm sorry to say, our last 2 episodes. They are going to be a little bit longer. Yeah, I know. So, but we have a Philharmonic to get to. So,
Can I have
before
my
we
tea
do,
with?
We have our tea
Yes.
scene and then my late night
Yes.
scene.
oh yeah, I'm sorry. We do have those 2. We do have 2 last scenes. Well, the tea was the tea was the tea the day over the day before.
It's the day of.
Day of, yes.
Okay.
Day of. Okay,
So,
so.
let's see. We will do your scene first,
Okay.
and then we will do the tea scene.
Okay, she gets she takes the bread she made, the pang, and then like puts it out, and then she gets the nice was it no the drink that she drank with Albert, she gets that, puts it out. Yeah, okay, so now she has nice snacks, and she recalls the song her mom sang, and just she's just in her nightgown, and at this point her hair's braided, like ready to go to bed, and she sort of twiddles her thumbs and goes, Robin?
Yes. And there's a cat with purple eyes sitting across from you.
Is this a good fellow? Is it the same cat?
You have learned his currently used full name.
So yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm like, what did you... I remembered something. And it was that my mother sang this song to me. And it was about someone named Robin who was indebted to my family. So, could you share that with me?
What was your mother's maiden name?
Oh gosh, what was it? I had to look up my notes. Jeez. Okay. I didn't give her a maiden name, GM.
You didn't. That's why I'm asking you what was your mother's maiden name.
Oh, okay, am I making it up? Is that what we're doing?
Okay. Your character, your mother, your backstory.
Okay, all right. Good old Google. What was supposed to say, Chenard?
Chenard?
Yeah.
Edvin's line. There was something about you that I thought was familiar. It's where you get your talent for music from. Outside of your own hard work and due diligence, of course. That is the utmost when it comes to making your music, but knacks can be genetic.
And so what did you do with my mother? Were you friends?
I've never met your mother.
Oh, okay, so I come from Edmund.
Edvin.
What? Can you tell me about Edvin?
No, he was a young man in love who did something very, very stupid, who did me a kindness without knowing it, so I did one in return for him.
Huh. Okay. Okay. You're welcome to more bread and port if you wish.
Well, thank you. He says as you see him kind of shift into a more humanoid but still very feline form as he takes a glass of port and takes a sip and breaks off a little bit and pops that into his mouth.
Is there something that the Blackwood tree is imprisoning or holding or hiding?
Besides knowledge and the occult and the accumulated works of a family of archdruids? Does it need to protect anything else?
Well, what I'm getting at is that Celestor wants this library burnt down. So the question is why?
Well, in England, when it comes to writings on the Ark, that is one of the largest repositories that the Royal Alliance has access to. That not the Royal, that the Regal Alliance have access to.
So he wants to potentially weaken future bouts.
Correct. Much as this was in some ways his first trial run at how much he can get away with.
You see. All right. Well, that was about all the questions I had. How are you?
Tired.
Yes, you've done quite a lot of work.
I think you might be my favorite bunch that I've had the pleasure of working with.
Oh, were you your favorite? That's nice.
Well, you're not the most boring, that's for sure. There was this group of people, and he tells you stories from previous groups of rangers, for basically until he realizes that you're not interested, and then he makes his accent.
Yeah.
Um,
She would find some of it interesting, yeah.
right.
Like, oh.
So-
But, you know, you only can be so interested in so many people you don't know
Right,
anything about.
Right. There's a pattern to what he tells. You can't put it together in the moment, but part of your brain just kind of wiggles that he might have told you something without telling it to you.
Mhm.
I will message you about that later.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a puzzle, that's all. But yeah, he finishes the bread and pork, finishes his story. You have a recital for tomorrow. I wish you well at it.
Thank you.
Once more into the dark go I, he says as he shakes himself back down into cat form, full cat form, and starts walking under your bed.
And as he's walking under the bed, she leans over and says, you know, I do think that Beatrice is shining a bit brighter than usual.
He coughs as he finishes the walk and does a little misstep as he just falls into the darkness.
Okay. The next thing she does is she cleans everything up and then lays it out
Gets
again.
out of her bullshit.
Yep. Then she sets up another round of port and bread. And she calls to greet.
Yes, my Jim.
So, it's come to my attention that this is what Celestor is doing. So she tells him, like, what Celestor is doing. And then it's like, I don't know if that's something you'd like to know, or if you really care about that, but I thought you'd like to know.
You see him very carefully thinking through the actions. He's dancing a very dangerous dance. He has put himself into position where a single misstep could put his carefully crafted plan to ruins. I will have to keep a closer eye on his actions. I appreciate you bringing this to my attention, my gem.
My pleasure. And then she's like, I made this bread. I hope it is good.
It's quite good, actually. I've never had one quite like it before.
It comes from the Isle of Man. Have you ever been there?
I made the rocks. I helped craft the stones that made it.
Yes, but have you walked its land? Seen the trees? Crossed its bridges?
The last time I stood on those lands, there were no bridges, and the trees were all sproutlings.
Perhaps we should go again. Things are different with time. Oh. I don't want to keep you. I know you're very busy.
For you, I will always make time, my gem.
Sorry, I see Blake's face. That is not Felicity laughing. That is not Felicity laughing. Well, I have a concert tomorrow.
You do? At the Philharmonic, correct?
Yes. Yes.
I have a box there. I was planning on attending.
Oh, well, then you shall enjoy yourself.
I hope I do.
And she'll talk to him a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
At the end, he finishes his glass of port, and I would like to walk the paths of the Isle of Man. Would you walk them with me if I asked you to?
I would consider it.
Consideration is enough for the moment, he says as he downs the last of his glass, setting it aside. The Penang was very good.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I appreciate the port. I appreciate the tree. The conversation is always as delightful, my gem. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call. I have information that you've given me to look over. And as he dissipates, anything else you were saying, or?
No, she just.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
she's like, okay.
So he makes his way out towards the same window he came in from, and he puts his hand on the edge, and he kind of just as he passes over the boundary back into the outer world, he dissipates, and there is a topaz about the size of a chicken egg that is left behind.
Huh, okay. Well, she goes over, takes it up.
It's not light. It is a fairly large gemstone.
Oh gosh. Why are you so heavy? Okay. She picks it up and is just going to. She's.
It's not like it weighs a ton. It is still only the size of a chicken egg.
Okay.
But
All right.
yeah.
This is quite hefty. She picks it up and then just puts it on her bed. Well, I don't know. What is it? What's its purpose? Like, that's what she's thinking. She's like, what's this for?
Well, Did you touch it with your bare hands, or did you use something in between?
Let me see if how smart she is. Okay, even was smart. So she almost touches it and is like, oh, okay. And then she gets a little handkerchief and picks it up.
You can feel there's a warmth to it even through the handkerchief. It's not like a fire, but it's a gentle warmth. Like a stone that's been set in the sun all day.
Yeah, like the necklace was warm.
Like the necklace was warm.
Yeah. She turns it over.
Up his game.
She holds it up to the candle, looks through it.
You see what looks like little... It's almost like the grain structure are small figures dancing around each other. There's motion inside of this egg.
Oh, she turns it, like rotates it in her hand.
As she rotates it in her hand, you realize that it was your and Grecia's dance.
Oh, snap. She was like, oh. Yeah, she has a little moment where she blushes about that, and because that's smooth. And she hey, no one okay. Makes a couple mutters to herself and then tucks it under her pillow and tries to sleep.
You have tea the next morning with Beatrice. Well, you would have been taken there after the effects of the rest of the day by Goodfella. So you guys are walking out of the shadow in front of there it is. Leaf and Livery is the name of the tea house. Yes.
Have we been there before?
You have not been here yet. So Leaf and Livery is it was at one point a livery shop. It has no longer been one. Obviously, it is now been fully remodeled because gentrification was a thing even back then. It has been reclaimed, and they actually used part of the aspects of it being a livery into the design work. So there's heraldry everywhere. There is, the different rooms and areas are all set around, these different lines of families that are now extinct. They don't use any active. That's their big thing. They don't use any active family lines for the heraldry on this. But it's it's all of these different and it's there's artwork pertaining to the old way the livery used to be made, and it is very high end. It is very, very chic. It is horrendously expensive.
Wow. I've never been here before. This is exciting.
This is pretty new. I thought we'd give it a shot.
Yes, let's see if their lavender tea is any good.
I'm grateful you're willing to take the time to spend with me. I know it's going to be quite the evening.
Oh, of course. Always make
time. Yes.
I know, it's been a while since we had our chats.
Yes, well, 101 and much has happened since,
Yeah.
Did you ever get my note? I sent it immediately after, well, I guess the morning of after the masquerade.
I don't think I did.
Oh. Well, I can recite it from memory, it's fine. Essentially, I was apology for the group's meddling, yada yada, trying to push a flower before it's ready to bloom, as good attention as we maybe, and, Badrick needing more time before his gloom passes on so your light may reach him, and, saying we're not children anymore, but sometimes you still need whimsy. It doesn't have to end, because there are many paths still to walk. You have my ear as ever, and remember, a lioness is at her strongest when she has her bride.
Oh.
Signed, your ever stoic friend, Beatrice.
Thank you. Yes, I admit that setup at the ball was awkward.
Yeah, when I said I hear a dance, I just expected for you two to talk, and then I turned in a spin and didn't see you anymore.
Yes, I know you weren't really handy in the whole event of Cadman, and I believe it was all Cadman? Okay, it was all Cadman. Yes, Cadman. Let me see if she remembers correctly.
Hey, I'm pretty
no,
sure
wait, she
Goodfellow had a hand in this.
AP, all
under the
AP.
bus.
For the
AP
record,
looked at-
AP had no idea. He just saw the name on there. He didn't know Cadman was doing that.
Okay,
I didn't
okay.
know that because Cadman did it sneakily on his own.
Yes. I recognize Cadman's handwriting. He somehow snuck it on there. I'm not sure how the other writing got on Patrick's card, but
I
Anyway.
guess mine's a guess.
anyway, I survived.
I
And,
suppose so. I was worried, because usually, considering how many types of folk were present, a crying maiden makes for an interesting toy.
Well, I don't think you. No, I don't think she should talk about it. Oh, she's like, no, I'm fine.
Which Beatrice just gives a knowing nod over her teacup and takes a sip. But things are looking
That's
up.
the pot calling the kettle black.
So, how are things with Amelia? It might be a little bit strange between the two of you after everything's happened.
No, it's been fine. I mean, when I walked through that door and heard her trembling voice, I was ready to rain a torrent into the realms and raise to the heavens and sunder it. But my darling little rosebud convinced her it was just a dream.
Ah, yes. That's a good way to go about it. Really quite complicated. And I don't. She's not quite ready
No,
for the world to be more complicated. It's a tender age.
I mean, she's very much excited to join us. She'll be here in the next season, but I try and give her what childhood whimsy I can. Don't want her to grow up as fast as I did.
No. Childhood can be a wonderful thing. I remember mine mostly fondly. But,
Oh, I was quite the wildling as a child.
oh yes?
Mm-hmm.
I know you have your horse and Brody?
Oh, Brody, yeah, but he came after, at least a little bit after. It wasn't until my teenage years. More as like a reward for my devotion and duty.
Were you always a horsewoman?
I always loved animals, of course. We had horses, we had dogs, cats, of course. I mean, often the animals will follow me around when I went running out into the fields.
Mm-hmm.
Had to stop that, though.
Why before?
Amelia.
Oh, yes. Sorry. That was insensitive.
No. In truth, I tried to hang on as long as I could to my imaginings. I know a lot of ladies like to dream of days they find secret princes and enter magnificent castles. But I would run out into the fields and the woods of Galloway and dream of fairy tales. Of being, dancing among the flowers and running through the rivers. But one day when Amelia was old enough to follow me, I was her favorite person from the time I held her. She tried to follow me, and I didn't know until I heard a cry from one of the abandoned wells. Luckily, it wasn't deep, but terrifying to, 4-year-old.
Oh, yes.
Took a bit to get her out, but one of the deer hounds managed to call him over as I climbed up. With her strapped to my back, my mom was not happy. Tore apart my skirt so I could keep her on me.
It's just like a mama. You tore your skirt. You saved your sister, but you tore your skirt in the process.
Oh yeah, she was absolutely really furious. But then I argued back, but then she argued back. We argue a lot. We have lots of debates.
Well, I mean, now we know where your fighting spirit comes from.
Well, I'm a true Scot.
Yes, you are. You are. Yes, Albert married a Scotswoman too, and I'm quite fond of her. And I blame that in part to you.
Me?
Yes, you have shown me the better half of the Scotswomen, who are
we
brave
respect
and
that.
strong and independent.
You know, I have a story. Because if Badrick wasn't going to step up, I was going to craft a ploy, dress myself as a man, because I've done it before, and that's a story,
Oh.
and pretend to, with your permission, to woo you.
Oh, my.
Because I once had a persona called Felix the Fair, as the schoolgirls called me.
Ooh, Felix. And what was Felix the Fair? And what part did he play in your school days?
It was a challenge by a boy. He did not believe I could understand what being a boy was like. So Felix the Fair was born. Of course, the first day I had to argue with the teachers to let me do it. I won, though. And Beatrice does not step from a challenge, so Felix the Fair came out. And all the challenge was to impress a girl. But you know what impresses a girl is not bothering them.
Yes, that's very true. Yes.
But it was quite fun. The girls had a delight trying, and they were sort of in on it, but when they were like, oh, I could pretend to flirt with you. It's like, yes, let's get our practice in, I suppose, and that made for an awful week of study.
That sounds more... That sounds fun. That sounds very fun, not to be lie. It sounds like you could get into a lot of...
Oh, if I was a man, Felicity, I think all the women would just fall for me and the men would despair. I'm sure it'd be quite the day.
Oh, well, the world's not ready for real Felix the Fair. Substitute.
Yeah, sipping tea quietly. Because we're like, we want to ask things, but should we ask things?
Oh.
I could help the other day of you motioning Goodfellow to my side.
What of it?
No, it's a terrible thing to encourage a fae and a human to have such a budding friendship.
I don't see you walking away from it, either.
Well, it's been a lot of fun.
And... So? So is this all this is to be? A friendship? Fun?
Well, according to our society's rules, I need to be properly asked, if any such thing beyond. Though I do have my own trial, that's an old tradition. Have you ever heard the ballad of the Elfin Knight?
Elkonig? Or different
That's,
one? Oh, that's German, sorry.
Yeah, no, this is the Scottish one.
Okay. Tell me about
Essentially, a young maiden heard this horn of this elfin knight, made a wish that she could be his wife. He appeared beside her and gave her a challenge, an impossible challenge, and she gave one in return. And so it became a little folksy tradition to give these impossible challenges. So I have an impossible challenge. So my little impossible challenge, should someone of certain persuasion try and do it, I'm sure he's capable. I require the first breath of spring, the first taste of summer, the first smell of autumn, and the first sound of winter.
Oh, okay, I'm scared. The first taste of spring?
No, the first breath of spring, the first taste of summer, the first smell of autumn, and the first sound of winter. Now, granted, these tests were more just a character test than, amongst the folk, but maybe certain somebodies can actually achieve it.
I imagine certain somebody's could.
Mhm.
Certain somebody's very much
Sipty.
could. That's just you.
Sipty.
And would you be opposed to certain somebody's taking on this task?
I will say certain intentions are made with a bouquet of orchid irises and red carnations.
And have you received such a bouquet?
Sips tea.
The tea is scalding, by the
We're just doing it, we're like,
way. In every sense of the phrase, the tea is scalding today.
Oh, but look at the hour. I shouldn't keep you too long.
Oh yes, I have a recital to get to. Thank you ever
We
so
really should
much.
talk more. We don't get to talk enough.
No, we don't. I've been thinking about taking some time to go back to the Isle of Man.
Really?
Yes. I want to go back for the first time in a very long time.
That'd be delightful.
I would like you to go with me, and the others, of course.
Oh, I would love to. Maybe we
Perhaps
could do a
when-
trade. Maybe have you home and reintroduce the land to your beauty. Of course. See, there's the Felix.
Yes, we
Maybe
could stay with Albert, and I could show you on the ferry bridge, and Badrick and I could walk, and it'd be just nice.
Mhm.
I shall see you tonight then.
Of course. I'll be your honor guard in the wings.
I hold you to it, and she gets up and goes to rehearsal.
For the final rehearsal, it is time for them to announce who gets the violinist solo.
Okay.
Miss Pensworth,
Oh.
I hope you've practiced enough. You have it for the night. And everyone else seems happy except for Sarah Tiffany, who is glaring daggers. And of course, if anything was to befall Miss Pensworth between now and then, Miss Pickney, you will unfortunately have to take up the reins if this was to happen. Anyways, we have 2 hours before we allow the individuals in. Places, everyone! And it goes. What is everyone wearing to the recital tonight? And is anybody bringing a guest with them?
I'm bringing Bianca Devonshire.
Perfect. So, question for you, because you would have had 2 or 3 days' time between the orphanage and this. Would you have gotten Bianca anything of the modern style?
Oh. I think I would have. Being the stylish man that I am, of course I would treat my betrothed.
So, I'm assuming, like a true gentleman, you had it sent to her with a fairly anonymous note. As a true gentleman would.
Yes.
Perfect. So you've not seen her on the gown, but she comes out of vision. Whatever you are wearing, her gown is a perfect complement to it, because you do understand fashion and style. Some would argue just as well, if not better in certain standards, than Felicity does. It is a very even race between the two of you.
And I am wearing crimson and not burnt sienna.
And it is a softer shade of red for her gown. It is a proper soft cut for an evening out of a show. It is comfortable yet stylish, made to be able to satin while looking good and not being overly uncomfortable. And she swirls around in it, and she looks so happy. Catalin, you shouldn't have. This must have cost a fortune.
I know not what you're talking about.
Of course you don't.
This is
And you see Leopold giving you just mouthing from the door. He's not in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
He's back on his feet, but he is leaning very heavily on a cane now. He just mouths thank you from the door.
Sweet.
And I say, but of course, and I very much as a show, like, kiss my betrothed her hand.
Perfect. And you guys go into the carriage.
Oh,
All
and
right,
of course
who's
I'm
next?
holding flowers.
Of course you are. And it is, I'm assuming it is an appropriate combination of flowers for the occasion.
Yes.
You know, just the usual stuff: unyielding devotion, undying love, you know, commitment for eternity, blah blah. Just your usual bouquet of flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. All right, who's next?
All right.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, if no one's jumping, fine. I got in a fit. So of course
part
this
of the
is
fun.
Yeah,
You get
of
to dress in
course.
pretty clothes.
So this is with the help of Isabel and Amelia. They got super excited, and with Amelia being younger, is much up on looking at fashion trends that are emerging. So when we first see Beatrice come in, she's just wearing, you see the initial velvet black cloak with a hood up and slide with black fur. And there is copper embroidery of leaves with white embroidery of unicorns, because that is the Scottish national animal, so she must have something Scottish on her. When she throws the hood back, we see that her hair is sort of in an updo, very romantic style, has some like little like curling strands down, just sort of natural curls. She has this green, kind of this patinaed green and blue vine ribbon crisscrossing through her curls on her head, and there's little white heliotropes that are sort of dotting through. And when she shrugs off the coat, we see her in this very artistic style dress, which is just emerging in this time period. So it's a little... It might make the older generations gasp, but the other younger ones might be enthralled. It is
This is a trend-setting moment.
So it is a black silk dress with a silk gauze overlay on it. So for the black silk dress, it is tight in the bodice and bellows out into a more fluted style bottom that reaches the floor. And it has drop sleeves, so it shows off her well-sculpted shoulders as a boxer. Full sleeve. Well, there are some dresses that really show stuff at that time.
Yeah, there were.
But
You mentioned the old people, so.
Yeah. So full sleeves that go down, and they are meeting a copper cuff that is patinaed, and it's embroidered and filigreed to look like a forest with a swan on each one. And then the overlay is where all the details are. So at the shoulders, there's this layering of embroidery and appliques that look like feathers, and that same copper, patinaed copper, so the reds and the greens and blues. And the feathering of a bunch of layers of that gauze silk just at the shoulders, so it makes it look a little more puffy. And then the overlay drapes down with a slit on either side, where there's additional, like, thick banded copper embroidery going down into a lattice work at the bottom. And there's motifs of feathers that are large from the bottom and get smaller towards her hips and then stop. Which I have an artwork for, so check back on my socials later for listeners. Should she be cheeky?
Yes.
Of course. Of
Before
course.
before she leaves the dressing room. So we see her initially here, and then we flash back when she's done dressed and she lets Amelia and Isabel go off to get things. She pulls her hair tie, her hair ribbon. She usually wears the black one. She goes, "Good fellow?"
Yes, my dear.
First off,
when
will
he
you-
when he comes in, he smells of mountain runoff and fresh peat.
Oh, you've been paying attention.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm simply playing the game.
Well, you're doing quite good so far. Let me see your wrist.
Always.
And I begin tying the ribbon around his wrist. A little old-fashioned, maybe, but a favor. You better guard it with your life.
I appreciate a classic. You look stunning.
A little out of my comfort, but
It's a very new style. I've been seeing a little bit of it as I was traveling around for my usual haunts before coming here for the season, knowing what was going on.
I've heard it's sort of inspired by the pre-Raphaelites, and I've had a couple of those artists reach out to me because, well, who wouldn't want me to pose as
Who
Ophelia?
wouldn't?
Oh, this is gonna be scandalous, but whatever. Would you like to sit with me at the Philharmonic?
I was going to ask the same thing. I have better seats. Would you like to sit with me?
Yes.
And he snaps his fingers, and his usual, more Fey-esque garments shift and form around him. And you see that his is shifting into a velvet with brass buttons, kind of a complement to yours. As he takes your hand, kisses it. I will see you there because I don't think you're quite ready to explain my appearance to your sister yet. As he steps back into your shadow, and as Beatrice shrugs off the coat, there is a murmur that passes through the crowd, and there's a second one as this man with olive-tone Grecian skin in a very modern styled operatic suit with very modern furnishings on it takes her cloak, puts it over his arm, and offers her his arm.
Take it.
And there are murmurs everywhere as they go up towards the really expensive seats. All right, you two, who wants to follow that up? You should have probably gone first.
Right. You would see that this is not an outfit that Arthur picked out for himself. This is definitely something
Grimsbrook.
that Grimsbrook picked out. It exudes an elegant Victorian-inspired style with a little bit of a Western touch to play on where he's from. His coat is this deep purple. It's tailored overcoat with sharp lapels. It gives it a very sophisticated and dramatic silhouette. It's got a dark tone which adds a richness and almost like an authority to the ensemble. He's got a waistcoat, like a vest kind of underneath it. If you, I just so you guys know, it's not for the people listening, but for you, there's a picture. It's a matching purple vest with like a ton of intricate buttons, which offers a very refined, layered look. And then he's got a white, crisp shirt with a cravat or a bow tie, if you want, of the time. Very elaborately done up, very, very clean. It's kind of like a timeless touch to it. The trousers are also purple, like a deep purple that kind of just goes with the waistcoat and the overcoat. And his accessories is a black belt with a silver the belt's not on there, obviously. The silver American Western style belt buckle with the
Nice.
family crest on the belt buckle.
Nice.
Yes, he's got some black gloves, his black Stetson hat to complement where he's from, and instead of his normal holster, he has it with like a, like door
Shoulder
underneath the
holster.
coat. Yes,
Really? Those are very modern for the time period. Those are very new.
but it was more so because it just wouldn't be appropriate to go to this thing with it hanging on my hip.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have a question for you. Do you have the coat cut to hide the pistol?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not showing, but especially with things
in modern day,
constantly
because
come on.
in modern, well, actually in the time period, it was also be called. It's a Kansas City cut.
I would have had my man find out where Albert gets his cane swords, so that way I can also have a cane sword. And the cane, believe it or not, is going to be a cobra head for the.
I like it.
So to match with the what he kind of has, and he will have that to walk in there with. But it's funny, and he is still wearing cowboy boots, black cowboy boots,
Polished.
shiny. Yes, of course, polished.
Okay. That no.
And seeing him walk, he looks a little like uncomfortable, but he's getting more and more used to this style of clothing. It's because it's similar to what he wore back in the West, but it's a little bit more proper and prim, and so it's a little bit tighter in certain areas that he's not as used to.
Perfect. Duke Brown. What are you wearing?
Well, depends. I mean, because so Duke Brown. So does he have to sit anywhere particularly? He can kind of be where he wants to be, correct? Like he doesn't have to.
So
he's not.
yeah, you you have ducal money. You can kind of sit wherever you want. You wherever you want your seat to be is where your seat is.
Okay. Then he would dress really low key. So he doesn't want anything because he's more wanting to
Blend.
see where the attacks are come from. So he's more just like he doesn't want to stick out at all. Wants to be plain, just dress like almost like more. So not common, but like just a step, like maybe a little bit above. So something that's not going to be flashy at all.
And yeah,
try to-
so you're wanting to blend.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I want to blend
Okay,
them
that
as
makes
much
sense.
as I can.
That makes sense. So yeah, so it would be fitted waistcoat, probably a modified tail cut on the jacket over that. All probably in either charcoal or black, the same kind of sharp lapels because that was just in style at the time. Cool. Okay, that all makes sense.
Like easy to move into. It's easy to get cards or whatever you need to if something pops off.
Yep.
So yeah, just something like that.
So I think that Duke Brown and Count Black would get there at very similar time periods to each other. And when both of you get there are murmurs going around that someone has finally began to court Beatrice Douglas. And there's remarks about some Grecian fellow.
You're muted still. I don't know what you're saying.
I just leaned into I'm sure it's just rumors. Beatrice wouldn't hide something like that from the rest of us.
Probably. Either way, we still gotta keep our eyes open no matter what rumors are going on. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled, okay?
Of course. Where you
I was looking around. You see him looking around, just like looking at shadows, basically, just like where's it coming from? All right. You look very dashing though. What's good of you? Good fit.
Yeah, well, I gotta get used to it a little bit, but this was Grimbrooke's idea. And
You
see him,
chose
pulling at the
nicely.
collar a little bit.
Well,
I have no idea how you wear these outfits so regularly.
You walk in, Bianca on your arm, you see Duke Brown and Count Blackwood seeming to talk for a moment within the parlor area before the seats have opened up. You catch the barest hint from where you're positioned walking in of Beatrice and someone who's dressed very similar to Beatrice going up the stairs to the private boxes. Is that Beatrice?
believe it is. Usually I wouldn't. Quite daring.
Is she calling someone? Did you know about this and hide it from me?
I would
Cadman!
never. You know,
Cadman,
usually
Cadman.
I am the first to know about these things. You know,
I bet
Beatrice,
your
the
sister knows
Queen
who
of
it
the
is.
Ring. It's probably a family member.
Escorting her like that.
Okay, maybe you're right.
Yeah, as that talks, that's when you kind of catch Duke Brown and Count Blackwood speaking.
Ah, Duke Brown, Count Blackwood.
Count Cabernet. And I see you're always. Are you with Lady?
Yeah.
With Lady? Davonshire.
Devonshire.
Right?
Yeah, Devonshire.
And dear Lady Davonshire, how are you this evening?
I'm doing well, Count Blackwood. Thank you so much for asking. It was so fantastic at the invitation for Cadman for this. I haven't been able to attend a Philharmonic in 2 or 3 years now, so it's fantastic to be back here again.
Well, this is my first time, so I'm hoping it's a wonderful time for all.
Well, it's Beethoven, which is one of Felicity's specialties, so dear Felicia, I have no doubt it's going to be as stellar as she always is on these shows.
Now, Cameron told me the other day he was meeting you with an orphanage. I'd love to see it sometime. Perhaps my family could help you and yours with the orphanage.
I would... Leopold would be so grateful for that, as would I. The children deserve as much as we can get them. She taps on Cadman's hand. I know that Cadman's actually going to be talking to Lady Douglas at some point on behalf of the orphans as well. You know, but if you want to come by, just I would recommend reaching out to my brother to schedule a time for that. He would probably want to do more of a more formal visit than when I did with Cadman for you.
Yes,
Well,
just
I'll have my man Jonathan set something up.
Perfect.
just be careful, Mr. Blackwood. The kids are quite rambunctious.
They're young. They're allowed to be rambunctious.
Wow.
You weren't rambunctious when you were that age?
Oh, I was
dear.
quite prim and proper.
My dear friend,
So,
I'm sure those
Bianca
children can't
looks
be any more
around
rambunctious than what I
Cadman
grew up with.
at Duke Brown. Did you hear her just now?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Totally didn't hear it, but it's like, yes, I heard, yes. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Where's my dear friend? Wait a second.
Uh-oh,
This isn't
uh-oh.
real.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll say to you, like, I don't know if you heard what I said, but I said, my dear Captain, I'm sure they can't be any more rambunctious than myself when I was that age. I'm
Back.
very
So,
comfortable.
yeah, no,
around
she
you.
smiles very demurely at you, Duke Brown. See, I knew that Duke Brown would understand what I was talking about. Everyone knows how rambunctious you were as a child, Cadman.
Oh, yes, but these kids had quite piercing eyes.
What are you talking? They're the sweetest children.
Oh, yes, the sweetest piercing eyes, of course.
They look
So
at
there
me
is-
soul.
There is the sound of the strings warming up as the ushers open the doors. Beatrice, you see that as you are walking down, for those of you who don't know, there is a thing with the royal family that they're only being seen in public at these kind of events. So there's a moniker that they use that is also used by other individuals at times. Beatrice, the sign on the door that you guys enter says it's reserved for the cat.
Just sort of chuckle at it.
Not my fault, he says as he opens the door and ushers and leads you in.
Oh, I'm
closing it behind
sure.
the two of you. And it is one of the best houses from here. You will probably get the best acoustics, and you have some of the best line of sight on everything going on in and around the stage.
I think she's actually like quiet at it.
By the way, I have something for you.
Oh,
Do me a favor.
okay.
Close your eyes and open your mouth just for a moment for me.
She's like, really? What?
Trust me.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's okay. We're
Huh?
gentlemen, but the
And-
players are
Right, right. Get your minds out of the gutters. All that. There is a impossibly field fresh strawberry popped into your mouth.
And she starts blushing. I knew you were listening.
I always listen. Now then, let's get ready. The show's about to begin.
Yes.
Alright, as everyone else finds their seats and kind of gives themselves on edge. Felicity, the curtain is yet to rise.
Okay.
What is your pre-performance ritual that you do for yourself?
Well, she does hand exercises to make them wake up and be ready to go. She does that. She has her sheet music is already on the table. Probably it's probably already on the piano. She just does a lot of things to like loosen her body up. So like
Mhm.
rolling the shoulders, and if she can see Elizabeth, she's the soloist.
Mm-hmm.
She'll step over to her and say, I'm really glad it's you that got it.
Me too. I've been working so hard to get to this point. You see, she actually looks down at you. She kind of unfolds her fingers a little bit, and you see that there are some really new marks. She's been putting in a lot of time on the strings.
I'll touch her shoulder. I've noticed that your playing has improved markedly.
Thank you.
So I think I've earned this. Know that going out there.
That means more than you can know. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Welcome.
And as you go to retake your seat, there is a snapping sound as you hear some of the hands of the stage go, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" As something falls, and you hear Miss Pensworth call out in pain.
I rush over to her.
What fell was a bit of the rigging from a cord of rope that was way too thick to have just snapped. And the rigging has fallen, and you see that her leg is badly injured. And you see people come over, you see that there are people who get her up, get her out of the way. The conductor sighs. Unfortunately, with Miss Pensworth out of the way, it was previously injured so close to short time, and there is commotion actually that is audible to you guys in the audience. So you guys would have heard the snap, the cry of pain, and there's a lot of shuffling going on behind the curtain.
Oh gosh. Okay. So, she's going to. So is everyone around her at this point? Around Elizabeth?
So at this point, it's kind of like the conductor has gotten most people back. There are ushers and stagehands who are getting her moved carefully onto a stretcher to get her taken to some place to help treat her.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She. Oh gosh. Okay. So people are helping her onto the stretcher,
Mm-hmm.
and they. Okay, so they're not ambulances yet, so no one's here yet. Okay.
Well, I mean that's why they are taking her. They are moving her out of the building. They're moving her to. There is probably, with this kind of a large performance, there would have been a surgeon probably brought in just in case something was to happen with someone in the audience. So there's probably someone going to fetch the surgeon to take care of her, probably below stage, down in the back areas, or in an adjacent building that the performance hall also owns. So they're going to be moving her to someplace where if they have to reset anything in the time period, people wouldn't be able to hear her scream.
Okay, cool. So Felicity knows she's a star, so she manages they can't start. So she is just going to let them, she's going to tell them, it's like, get her to does she have her own dressing room?
Felicity has her own dressing room.
Is it okay, she's like, take her to my dressing room, it's closer.
It should be, yes ma'am, it should be soundproof down there. We can get her down there right away.
Great. And then she's like, come, I'll have to let you in. And then she
and as Felicity you walk away, you hear, all right, Sarah's in position. All right, 1, 2. Where is Miss Fairfax?
she's just like, and
he says this from like a back area, so with the acoustics it doesn't reach it out there, but there's the sound of more feet running around on the stage, which is all happening behind the closed curtain for you guys.
okay.
Do we hear them say, "Where's Miss Fairfax"?
No.
Okay.
All right. So she brings them to her. She opens up her dressing room, and then gets her inside, and then she's like, oh, shoo, give the girl some room to breathe. I'm crying out loud.
Yes, ma'am. And then you kind of just, your force of personality just forces them from the room.
Okay.
What about the performance?
I was like, when you shut the door, I turn to her, and then I say, you won't tell no one of this. Okay? Tell me, secret, you and me.
I will keep whatever this is a secret.
Okay.
I won't tell anybody.
She's like, I don't know if this is going to work. And then she will hench in front of Elizabeth.
Okay.
Whoosh.
Elizabeth just looks at you like, of course you'd be one of the Rangers going about. The yellow one plays the piano. How did nobody else put this together?
It's like Clark Kent with his glasses. We got a cowboy speaking one, and we got a piano playing one. How did
Right.
And then
Does that mean the red one? Hold on.
Shh. I have to concentrate. And she goes through her like repertoire of what she think might help, and she starts to play. Let's see, probably the season Tchaikovsky's The Seasons.
Spring.
No, Tchaikovsky.
Oh,
no.
The Seasons. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
she's number 11,
Gotcha.
Love.
Number 11. Okay.
And she starts playing that, and her intention is to try to heal the leg.
Okay.
Okay. So she's
You've
like,
never done anything like this before.
She's like, I've never done anything like this before, but it's all she knows is magic is done by intention, and she's done wacky stuff before, so she's like, I'm gonna try to heal this leg because
Okay.
I am not letting Sarah have this.
Okay. What I need you to do, roll your dice and hope for a hero for me.
I'm gonna use Queen's favor.
Okay.
Yes! Got
So,
it.
Beatrice,
Yes.
good fellow who is relaxing, popping these sour tart strawberries into his own mouth before offering you a second one, freezes for a moment, and you can see every hair on his body is standing on end.
I just put a hand on his forearm. What's happening?
Something that has repercussions that I don't think the person doing it understands.
Do it. It's fine.
And Beatrice, he looks over at you. Whatever is going to happen will probably be happening soon at this point.
I figured that initial sound was just a warning of the coming storm.
Yeah, it's a good representation of it. All right. It's almost time for you to put in the work.
She like rolls her shoulders a little bit.
So, I know this one comes a little bit later. He hands you a ticket to the Royal Russian Orchestra.
So does ZealZaddy.
It is their first winter performance.
Oh, you're really speeding through this, aren't you?
Playing the game. Besides, I still have one more to give you, and that one's proving interesting to find. Something that's worth it, because I don't want them all to be so obvious. That
I would be
renders the-
disappointed if they were.
Don't worry, I have something big planned up for the last one that you're going to be getting. You'll see.
Just squint my eyes
But
at him.
he says he takes he pulls his hand out for the ticket.
All right.
I don't want it to get lost. Besides, I'd like to make a wager.
It's like puts her fingers together in front of her face. All right.
I wager that whatever's about to happen, when it gets bad, you will call to me for help.
Don't know that's a very fair wager when you know that's something that may happen.
I'm not talking about calling for Arcana. I'm not for Machina.
Neither was I.
He smiles a little bit. In that case, it's not a fair wager. And never mind. He says with a smile, Felicity,
Okay.
as you play the music, it starts wrapping around her leg. And there is this shrieking sound of a violin being struck that resonates throughout the entire concert hall. And it is every bit of malice and hatred that could be put into a music being drawn out from the strings. As there is more yelling and running coming from behind the curtain. As it seems to almost, with a smokeless flame, burn away, revealing utter chaos. And this brass and bronze coated ranger with the violin. I will not lose this solo. As she starts making her way down towards the dressing room. You see her walking away. And there is more screaming coming from the audience as the spotlights start losing their lights as they fall to the ground.
Okay, so I get up and I go, oh, well,
That worked.
that worked. That worked. I didn't know that would work. Don't tell anyone. And then she kind of like gestures at her like, I think you're going to be safer in here because it sounds like there's more horrible things out there. So she just like,
Okay.
just,
Miss Fairfax,
yes.
may I take you out to tea tomorrow?
Yes, that would be lovely.
She smiles very, very kindly at you as you walk out the room.
I can like get out of the room and then I start just like running down the hallway. Slide into and then I'm gonna just baseball slide into the
Onto
camera.
the stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I point at the other ranger. And I'm like, hey, well, maybe you should just get good. And then like just whip out my piano.
Perfect. What are the? I'm assuming the rest of you are henching.
Yep,
Yeah,
I
well,
believe
um,
that's our cue to
I mean, are we
enter
able to hench
stage.
Are we able to hench in without people noticing?
There is so much chaos going around. Beatrice, you have no issue henching up here. The rest of you, there's so much chaos going around. The only person who would probably notice is Bianca, who honestly knows already.
Yeah. Yeah, without even like thinking of like being I'm like, well, looks like we should enter stage, right?
I believe it's time to get to work. Will your lady here be all right?
I'll help people get out. She says with a smile as she starts
Thank you,
calling out
Bianca.
people this way, this way, this way. She stops, turns, grabs Cadman by the collar and pulls him down into a quick kiss real quick before pushing him away and going back into helping people.
One question. Is
Totally
the curtains
gets
burned
dipped.
open? Are the curtains like fully open so we can see everything?
The curtains are burned away.
So does Felicity happen, all this is going on, happen to see this kiss?
I think Felicity's pretty focused on the phone for
Okay.
her at this point.
Yeah, I
Damn.
think so.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because it makes me sad.
I had to ask. And then,
Oh,
yeah,
and-
we'll hench it. Morphin time.
Yeah. So you guys pop into your henchins. All right. Who's doing what? Who's going first?
I think we let Felicity lead the way. This is her big show, her big performance.
Okay. I start to play Beethoven's Piano Concerto Number 1. They came for a show. And she will. Okay, so I'm fighting. Okay. Typically don't have her like try to strike, but in this case, it feels way more personal. So she's going to have she's going to aim this like kind of like music at the other ranger, and it comes out in a string of melody that kind of lashes out like a sword, like a whip. Yeah, just and it will coil back and strike a number of
Roll me a
times.
dueling.
Cool. I'm great at dueling.
Hey, wonderful
you-
chance of getting your hero.
You got honor too.
Yeah, and honor works for this one also. So you
Oh.
have a 50% chance of hitting. it.
Okay, yeah, I got a 4.
Oh yeah. So as you play, you are Felicity fucking Fairfax. You are the queen. Beatrice Douglas is queen of the ring. This is your freaking ring, and you are its God's damned queen, and everybody by God knows it. And it is just this wickedly fast, just matching the tempo And it goes 1, 2, and as it does, you can see that she attempted to block what you were doing with her own music. But the first lash of these chords smacked away whatever her defense was, as the second one takes her straight across the chest, sending her flipping through the air.
Cool.
For the rest of you, you see that it looks like a very broad figure with a pair of axes is forming out of some of that starlight with a very hard-looking armor plating on it. As it kind of shifts, you can hear the joints almost clicking as it moves around, as two little stalks from the top of the head are pointing towards you guys. Cancer. Let's see here. Who else did I have set up for this?
Just them, just those two. That's all.
No.
Just those ones.
All right. So there is also this set of two mirrored. They almost look like base starlings, but something about them puts everybody off just a little bit. And as always, Duke Brown, you can feel the presence of your personal nemesis.
Where is he, though? I mean, is
He's up
he
high.
visible or just is up high? Okay.
You can see him up high. Duke Brown. So what all of you would notice about Duke Brown's, because you've only ever really seen it once, but for those of you who are paying attention, there's now this very almost stylized shark bite out of the back, and it's almost like they're one of the cards on the coat is now a pauldron of a shark's fin.
And he still doesn't notice himself. He still doesn't see in the
Nope.
mirror, so it's just like,
No idea.
I guess who's someone else going? Okay.
That's your nemesis.
And so I see, so okay, so I see Felicity, she's kind of fine. See her fighting someone, see her on stage. All right. Yep, people are escaping. So yep, I'll try to attack him. I mean, he's up above on the balcony, right? You said he's like up top. Yes, I'll
You've
see
jumped
if I
higher.
can.
You've jumped higher in henshin form.
Okay, oh perfect. So yes, I will jump and I will try to.
Do you summon
Yep, let's go.
Do you pull out your weapon?
Yeah, I was gonna pull him down, but yeah, you know what? I'll pull my weapon.
As you reach out and summon your weapon, you see that now the edge of your club is now lined in shark's teeth. And as you grip it, there's this sound issuing as these teeth start spinning around the edge of the blade.
All right. Well, I'm sure that's gonna feel nice. So yeah, without even thinking, because like without even like fully comprehending like what's happening, what he knows that like he instinctually knows how to use it. So yeah, I'm going to see if I can shrek him down, cut him down a little bit with this.
I believe in you.
Well, so no. So that is a failure. So, and that's with advantage too. Let me go ahead and I'm not gonna push it. So I'm gonna take the I'm
Okay.
gonna take the marks of peril. I'm gonna roll for it. See if I can get that
Yeah,
too.
take your roll then.
With
'Cause that's
advantage,
just
it's
as
still
good.
one roll, right? Still one roll when
With
you're rolling
advantage,
for
so yeah,
marks of
you're
peril.
only running. Yeah, so getting rid of marks of peril, unless I tell you otherwise, is always just a base roll.
Got you. Okay. It's gonna be a 2. It's a 5, so I'm still up at least. Soaking
Nope,
that
you're
2.
in. So yeah, you go up, and there's a change in how the blade moves through the air now. Because now it really is more of a blade than it is a club.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of like that mental dissonance with you, the changed weight of it, and the way it almost pulls itself through the air to a certain degree as you swing it, kind of throws off your aim just a little bit. You cut clean through the floor right next to him, though. And you do see Sagittarius look down at that before making a strike back at you. Roll me a vigor real quick.
Okay.
Or footwork, your choice. Vigor or footwork.
Okay. Definitely footwork then.
Okay.
Oh, okay, it's a 4. 4 and a 1.
Okay.
There we go.
So yeah,
It's a 4.
you have now by this point you have fought this entity enough times. You know how to move. You know how Sagittarius moves. You're able to shift around and get yourself back into position for your next attack against him.
And I'll say to him, like, aren't you getting sick of this? Like, come on. Aren't you sick of this? Just stop.
Not my choice.
Just have a choice. But yeah, that was not my turn. But like, everyone has a choice. Not my turn.
All right, who's next?
So we have the one on stage, Sagittarius. Not Sag. Is Sagittarius? Yeah, Sagittarius.
Sagittarius.
Right? Yeah.
Sagittarius is up high.
Yeah.
He's a top.
Cancer's in the middle of everything.
Well, I look at Cadman.
Yeah, and then there are the twins.
Well, it'll be good practice for tag team against your cousin as I bring up my card.
Perhaps we. Well, we already mentioned, didn't we?
Oh,
yeah, we already
yeah.
mentioned.
Yep.
Yeah. Perhaps we should take on the twins. And as
Right.
I say that, I'm gonna tear. You see me have both my revolvers come out. I spin them, and then they both turn into swords. So that way I can charge them with swords with you with your.
So, question for AP: Are you going armor up right now, or are you going
No,
base
not
form?
yet.
Okay,
Armor up
base form,
is
okay.
later.
Okay. Cool. Because currently I don't believe anybody has just outright armored up yet. Correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Cool. Just making sure I'm keeping all my ducks in a row. All right.
I don't even want them to know that I have armored up yet. I want to keep that as like
Perfect.
an ace in the hole, so to speak.
Perfect. All right. Go ahead and roll your dueling.
All right. Charging forward. Rolling with advantage. All right. Let's see here.
God, the amount of queen save.
So much.
It does not matter. I rolled a double 9.
Good lord. It doesn't help you
Yeah.
right now, though. But
No, so I charge in, slice, just swinging. Probably blocks it, but I rolled a 3, so I'm good on the
okay.
other one. Marks barrel.
So yeah, and as you go in for the strike, you realize that they're covering each other's weaknesses in a way that they are mirroring but inversing each other's moves. Which also is you kind of notice is also leaving openings up for you. Roll me a vigor at disadvantage.
Okay.
Come on.
Well, I should be good because I rolled an 8 and a 10. So the 10 obviously
Hey-o!
doesn't work, but the 8, well, the
The 8 still
disadvantage.
keeps
So.
you. Yep. All right, go ahead and Cadman. I'm assuming you're up next.
Yeah, and I am going to be pointing my lance forward and just charging in.
Perfect. As you go in for your lance charge, go ahead and roll a dueling for me.
Okay. That's 5. That does
That
it.
hits it. So you can tell though that from your approach, they're stuck doing this mirrored inversion. So when they're facing off against a single opponent, they're at an advantage. But you're able to see where the openings are caused by what they're doing. So you're able to go in on that strike and you hit them hard.
I like to think I go in like as soon as like AP's like slashes are blocked. That's when I like come in.
Yep. That's when you see the opening for it. Yep. And it is in that closing where you very in a very small way adjust your momentum to bring it in, because you're realizing, oh, if that one's blocking like this, that means the other one's blade is off to the side at a different angle. Here's where my opening is. And it's a very precise hit right with the tip of the lance that sends them spinning, separating them, but still moving them in again that inverse mirrored way, spiraling away from each other.
Perfect.
Beatrice, that leaves you with crab to cook, I believe.
Yeah, so we see Beatrice, when she henshins up, she takes like a step onto the railing and lifts herself up. Sort of does like a wide-armed open pose, watching as all things are being accounted for. Spots Cancer unopposed, and immediately P lays down and leaps out and goes to do a striking swan kick down upon it.
Nice.
Roll dueling for me, please.
I just totally imagine like your Machina like energy behind you with the kick as it's coming.
Oh, there's
down,
like a
you know?
flurry of feathers.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Alright, I am a Ronin, so I need 4, 5, 6.
The fierce cry of the swan.
Yeah.
I rolled a
Which,
1.
when
So
you're being chased by a swan, is terrifying.
rolled a 1, so I'm going to use a queen's favor. Because I want this to be cool. Much better, that's a 4.
Hey, or it's dueling. So yeah, you hit, and you see that this thing just tanks the head. The force is enough to send it stepping back. It is now focused entirely on you. Roll me a footwork.
Yes. No, I've always enjoyed crab ragu. And that is another 3.
So yeah, you are, with the skill and grace of a dancer, you slip around. You could tell these attacks would be devastating if they hit you. They're not that fast. Especially in the grand scheme of things you've been fighting as a ranger, they're not that fast. Felicity.
Okay, I'm going to keep going with the piano concerto because that's what we were doing.
Yep.
And how is the violinist responding to what I'm doing? She
has recovered. She has recovered because again you sent her flying.
Okay.
She's recovered with a strike of her bow against the strings that's disrupted the footing between the two of you a little bit, but has given her kind of room to move as she, with almost a dancer's grace, raises up onto her toes into it's not a plie, what's it called?
Like a
Getting into
weight?
position. Yeah, yes, thank you. She's getting on point. As with a slower strum, she kicks herself into a spin, releasing the string and just sending a flash of music at her own at you. Do you footwork to dodge or try to roll to a hero to try to do something else with it?
I will I'll try to footwork. I'll try to footwork to dodge. Oh well, I got a 4.
Perfect. So you heard your footwork.
Yep.
Which means, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I sprang out of the way.
Yep. Again, with your own grace and the beauty of your keyboards that follows you. So as you are,
Here we go.
And shift.
She like just shifts the keyboard to like beneath her, like the ghostly keys kind of form into like a little bridge as she just like hikes out of the way.
So yeah, and as you do, the notes do sound as you run yourself up, and you are now in a better position.
Great. She will go for another musical attack.
Roll your dueling.
I have one more. I'll use another Queen's Favor. Dueling. Nope. Don't win.
Right. Take your mark and roll your die real quick.
Get a 1. Is this your first one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, get a 1.
I got a 3.
You're still in. So yeah, you go for the attack, but she seems to be more focused now, almost like the little bit of as she's falling into her own music.
Mm-hmm.
That dodge seeming to giving her enough time to breathe to kind of create the space as she goes for another slide, and as she does, you feel your own music shake a little bit as there's some sort of dissonance within it.
Mm-hmm.
There's dissonance between your sound and hers, and currently it feels like hers is beating yours out a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Duke Brown.
So as I use the footwork last time to kind of evade a little bit of his, he kind of goes, again, Chameleon kind of goes invisible, and then and you'll see from like, I guess, like behind him, like the shark fin first appear, and then me come in full view as I come in for another strike with the with my new weapon, if I can. So we'll see what hits. And that is a 5.
So yeah, this thing you see it tear deep into him, sending him flying down. The force of the hit and the motion of this, for lack of a better word, chainsaw that you're wielding, sends him flying down. The force of the impact knocking him down, and the force of the teeth sending him through the cut that you had made earlier, forcing him down to the ground. You see him just laying there stunned for a moment.
When looking at him, is there any kind of thing connected to him? Because I know with some other people, they had like, a little being controlled by strings. Is there anything we can visually see to see them being controlled, or no? Because I thought there was something, maybe not, I could be misremembering.
So what you are remembering is, and you can kind of see the connection though, because there are skylights overhead. You can see a lot of them up above you, these slowly rotating circles of stars.
Okay. I will hop down, the last of my movement, I'll just hop down to my turn, just kind of near, close to where he fell down to.
Perfect. AP.
All right. AP, always a glutton for putting himself in risk of danger. Seeing that these guys counter, they do certain things. I want to try to help 2 people with this. I want to try to force the one that I'm engaged with to block a certain way to where the other one will automatically counter the opposite, so that Cadman can make a strike.
Okay.
As I turn one of my swords, as I'm kind of bringing it past, to fire to distract the one that's the musician on the stage with Felicity, to give her a better opportunity on her next turn. Basically, I'm just trying to distract both these opponents.
Yep. Do me a favor, roll me a footwork for this. Because there's a lot going on with this, so roll me a footwork.
Hell yeah, that would be a 3.
Perfect, because this is all about distraction and positioning.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and it is. You are able to bait the guard out of the one Gemini nearest you, setting you up to almost use the blade that is blocking you as a rest for your pistol, as a brace, so that, and you fire 2 or 3 quick little bursts of energy out, which is enough to, Felicity, you're able to see that these bursts kind of, they don't hit her, but they hit things near her enough to draw her attention away from you, creating openings for you. So Tiffany, so Felicity and Cadman, you both have advantage on your next thing that you're doing.
And as I do, I kind of do this thing where I swirl in, and I'm like, round 1 was yours, but round 2 will be mine. And I act like I'm going to attack him, so as it comes up, perfect for the block, and then I just set the gun and fire, kind of thing. So it's like I played you. And then I just whisper at I played you. Boom, boom, boom.
Perfect. Cadman.
Right, let us see a thunderstorm in spring, as I'm going to test out what this lance can really do.
Are you armoring up? Do you want to really see what this lance can do?
Yeah, I want to see it.
You twist the lance in your arm, and you see the gator's mouth near the handle roar open, as what the rest of you see are these scarlet and orange armor plates shooting up around from one of his arms, coating him across the chest, shifting his helmet into almost a more knight-like helm, as the shield nickers as you just feel this cape fall from your shoulders.
Yep. Everything that Cadman and Michael just dreamed of, yeah.
Yep, you are now a Power Ranger Knight. Good job, buddy.
Yep.
All right.
I yell at you, showboat.
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken. I'm not the first. And I'm just gonna.
You have advantage on this anyways.
Mm.
If you hit, it's going to be a hit. Please be a hero. Please be a hero. I wanted to be a hero so bad.
I got a 5 and a 1, but it still hits.
The 5 hits. It still hits. It still hits.
Yeah.
So yeah, and as you charge in, you are fast now. You are unbelievably fast. And as you strike, you see the point. You've also realized that the lance is now a spear. And you see that point, and you're able to just pin this blade in. As it does, you can see the spectral jaws of the crocodile slam shut, pinning it in place. You have dealt damage to this thing. Beatrice.
Yes, so I leap off the top of the crab and I'm going to try and sort of feint around it, seeing that it's trying to slam or clap at me with its claws. I want it to end up taking out its own leg.
Roll me a footwork.
Let's go with
It's
it.
interesting watching you guys fight without Tiffany's advantages being tossed around everywhere.
Yeah. I rolled a 4, so it's footwork.
Yeah, for a footwork, yeah, you hit it. And yeah, you, again, with that ballerina-esque grace, you flip around and you bait right into a crossbody swing that knocks itself in the leg. You see the leg fall off, but even as it's falling, you see another one growing out of it.
Oh, that's not fair.
But yeah.
Okay.
But you can see that when it does that, the armor plates around its chest and shoulders shrink a little.
At least it's not a Hydra. Square back up.
Perfect. Felicity.
Okay, so Felicity is very mad. She's very upset. She doesn't get unhinged, but this really just like, you know, you just threw a wrench into her clockwork because she's like, how dare you? Like, I had to put so many hours into my position and you just tried to ruin this person's life through cheating. So like this is just like the ultimate faux pas. Like she's
Right,
just like,
because you've seen the work that that Miss Pensworth has been putting in. It's on her hands.
yeah.
She has bled for her art.
Yeah, and like Felicity can understand that because she has also played till her hands shook and like couldn't work anymore. Like he had to like, you know, stop. So she is going to change tunes and start to play the Mozart and a kind of Nacht music to kind of troll her, where she's like, "Oh, you think you're here to play with the big girls now? You think you have what it takes?" And the intention is to get her to like trip up.
To goad her? Okay.
To get her to trip up, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Roll me actually, roll me an etiquette. I want to see if you can actually get that blind rage element out of her that you're looking for.
If she doesn't have it already, does she have the advantage for my assist?
Oh, she does. No, yeah, she would have already. She has the points for the advantage for it.
Yeah, I thought she did, but I was just saying if she didn't.
No, she does. She does. That would have been helpful for anything else she was doing.
Yeah, I was trying. I thought I wasn't sure she was gonna duel, but yeah.
Okay. Sorry, so I don't get the assist from him?
You had advantage anyways.
Oh, okay.
Because you have the Queen's favor for it.
Okay, sure. I'll just roll with it. All right, I got a 2.
So yeah, it clicks. You see the body tense right before she takes the violin, takes it off of her shoulder, and just points the bow at you. And that's when you realize the bow has been a blade the entire time.
Okay.
As with a strike, and she twirls it back around, putting the violin back up to her shoulders. You know what big showy performances with how you fight usually works. So whatever's coming is big.
Okay, yeah.
You want discordance? Here's discordance. As she flips the bow to the blade side, cutting her strings. As this banshee-like wail flows around us. And that's what we're going to call the episode.
Yeah.
It was a long one. Thanks everybody for sticking with us for it. We have one more episode. We will not be here next week. We will be here in 2 weeks though. So let's go ahead and ground the horn one more time. Let's go ahead and start with our dear Felicity Fairfax.
Hi, I'm Tiffany, who plays Felicity Fairfax. You can find me at Dungeon_Damsels on X and Dungeon Damsels on YouTube and in podcast form. That is where my 5e homebrew campaign is. And we have quite a lot of content for you to sit back and relax to. And great game, everyone. Thanks for watching. Pass it on to the next person.
Michael.
Hello, I'm Michael. I was Count Cadman Cavendish, and you can find me at RoboSardi on all the socials doing art and animation, and you can find me on Tiffany's game at Dungeon Damsels as a player.
Perfect. Natalie.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Natalie. Find me most places on the internet with Ghost Candle or Ghostly Candle on Twitch and YouTube. And I was playing Beatrice tonight. And it was delightful.
Blake.
Hello, everybody. Blake, you can find me on YouTube at Blake Chandler Francis, and tonight I was playing Duke Francis Patrick Brown.
Perfect. And Morgan.
Right, what's up, travelers? I am Morgan Mindflay Mondays. My pronouns are he, him. I don't know why I'm saying that again, but I am. I played Count Arthur Percy Blackwood, and you can find us on myplaymondays.com if you're looking for somebody to run games for you. I had a blast.
And as always, I am TR Grimm. You can find me from the internet at empathic_Grimm. I am a game designer and game reviewer by trade. And yeah, thank you all for joining us and staying with us through this. And we look forward to seeing you guys in 2 weeks. Bye.